of so much knowledge, and he traveled far and wide, and many people today. So I'm going to start with the chapter 4 of the book, which says some existing canons of distinguishing between Western and African philosophy. What I'm going to do here is just to summarize. So first, let me introduce, and I'm going to also use the opportunity to bring out some other antagonizing philosophers against the ideologies of Orunmila or even Socrates himself. So here's what I'm going to start by reading from the chapter.
Your signal is bad.
This is the point. As I have also. It's not about. Can you hear me? Am I audible enough now? Oh God. Hello, Ma. Can you hear me?
It's good now. It's good
Can
now. You are
anybody
good
hear me,
now.
please?
You are good now.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Let me. Okay. So I want to begin with reading from the introduction of that chapter 4, like I said. So, setting aside wild speculations by ancient European thinkers, some scholars have proposed some basic features as adequate canons for distinguishing between Western and African philosophy. The book is written by a lady. I can't remember her name, but I'll get the name for you later. So the book is much like a debate to prove that Africa had its own philosophy, and it's not just based.
Are you talking about the author of Socrates and Orunmila?
Yes, please.
It's Professor Olúwolé. That's why you have the name up there.
Oh yeah, sorry. I blanked my mind. Thank you so much for that, Professor Olúwolé. Yeah, thank you. So the book mostly is about the debate on proving that African philosophy has its grounds, and it's not just an oral education system that people think that is just the way things are passed down to us. So I'll continue with my reading. So she said, I list below 6 major types of such distinction, but I'm not going to go through 6. The other presentation is near chronological. This is to show how some noted inadequacies in one postulate sometimes led to the formulation of another. Sometimes several of these postulates are jointly entertained by the same scholar at different times and by different members of the same school of thought. So amongst the ones that I'm going to read is number 1, which is the race and evolution postulate. That is the one that really catches my attention. It says, popular belief in Europe in the middle of the 19th century was that there was overwhelming empirical evidence which established that different human groups possessed varying amounts of ability to think and act in a rational way. Formulators of the race theory claimed they had discovered the genetic constitutions which determine how white, yellow, and black think and behave. Some European scientists arranged these 3 major racial groups in hierarchical order of their capacity to think and evolve various elements of civilization. When the race of theory was eventually declared a pseudoscience, it was replaced with evolution. Another supposedly scientific theory was stated that different human groups were at different levels of evolution, not because genetic differences, but in terms of how well they had managed individual life and the organization of their society. The conclusion was that African thinkers were still at the embryonic, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that, embryonic stage, because they were yet to use to the full their human capacities. That is how we are being thought of around that era, as it has been said. Many Western trained professional philosophers who today argue against the sanctity of the race theory seem to uphold the theory of evolution. They claim that Africans traditionally express their ideas, beliefs, and views in emotive, non-rational and unscientific terms. A good example of a scholar with this conviction is the Western-educated Ghanaian professor Kwasi Wiredu. Evident that he upholds this view is in the following submission that he had. 1 minute, please. I want to read his submission to you. So he says, we're ready to, 1 minute. 1 minute, please. I'm sorry. Our traditional mode, his submission is that our traditional mode of understanding, utilizing and controlling external nature, and of interpreting the place of man within its mode common to African race is intuitive, essentially unscientific. This analytical, unscientific attitude of mind is probably the basic and pervasive anachronism affecting our African society. Please note, this man is said to be Western-trained Ghanaian philosopher. I move on. Wiredu, in the same paper, claims that Africans are the closest approximations in the modern world to society in the pre-scientific stage of intellectual development. He went further to say, nevertheless, it is a fact that Africa lags behind the West in the cultivation of rational inquiry. He therefore agreed with other members of his school of thought who argued that the philosophy as rational, critical, and scientific expressions do not occur in African traditional thought. Wiredu consequently proposed that the only way for African sons and daughters to move up in the intellectual ladder is to submit to Western tutelage so as to learn the art of thinking and expressing themselves in rational, adversarial, and scientific ways. He explicitly states this when he writes, the African philosopher has no choice but to conduct his philosophical inquiries in relation to the philosophical writings of other people. For his own ancestors left him no heritage of philosophical writings, but he must of necessity study the written philosophies of other lands, because it is extremely injudicious for him to try to philosophize in self-imposed isolation from all modern currents of thought, not to talk of understanding, nourishment for the mind. I'm not going to read further about Wiredu. Can you guys still hear me, please? Am I still audible, please?
Yes, we can. We can hear you.
Okay, all right, thank you. So I'm not going to read further from that point. But why I read that point is for you to understand where and how Western people, Western ideologies think of the African mind. So I will move on to the social anthropology, which is the second part. I will just read a little part of that too, because I'm trying to bring comparison between these philosophies that we are talking about, West and Africa. So I'm going to read the second part and I move to the conclusion for the first part of this narrative I'm trying to talk about. And probably if anybody has questions, you can ask or we can discuss about it before I move to the other parts I want to really point on. So the second one is the social... Yes, ma'am? Sorry.
So the video for that, I send it to Dean. He can play some of it for you, if that's okay, from Professor Sophie herself.
Yeah, no problem. If it's available, that would make a whole lot of sense for me. I didn't know it was available.
Yeah.
So are we going to do that now, or probably when I'm done here with this one?
No, go on with your reading. I'll try to sort that out, and when I'm ready, I'll let you know.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so the second part is the social and anthropology postulates. The first memoirs about the African mode of thinking and behavior were written by Western travelers, seekers of wealth, and exotically indoctrinated missionaries and socially biased political agents. The authority on which they claim to base their characterization of African thought is that they lived with and hence understood the source of the behavior and social institutions of indigenous Africans. Their conclusion that African ideas, principles, and views are emotive, intuitive, unscientific, non-rational, have been later confirmed by other whites who met and lived with Africans. One includes African slaves in Europe and Americas. The basic axiom on which this approach is based is the popular dictum, action speaks louder than words. Scholars such as Reverend F.R.A. Placide Temples, I can't pronounce it, Jean, Ruel Marcel are some of the proficient figures in this school of thought. The argument is that although the African mode of thought differs substantially from that of the West, this does not mean that it is non-rational and non-scientific. So I will move to the concluding part, which talks more on going against this ideology that these people are talking about in the way they narrate the African ideology, civilization, and philosophy. So quickly, let me move to the concluding part, which is the number 5 and the conclusion. So the number 5 talks about the ethnological and analytical postulates. Scholars of this orientation claim that many African ideas, beliefs, and principles, uninfluenced by alien accretions, are expressions of philosophy in the form they exist, with the caveat that this is peculiarly African. Such scholars, generally referred to as ethno-philosophers, argue that modern African philosophy must be developed from the philosophical bearings of the traditional one. Professors John Olubi Shodipo, Angani and Chinamosi C.S. Momo, Kwame Kegie, and Gira Joseph Wanjui each tried to demonstrate some African ideas and beliefs as expressions of rational cosmological philosophy. The late Professor Henry Odera Uruka wanted to prove that some contemporary Africans untouched by Western education can and do produce philosophy not less wise than that of Socrates of ancient Greece. This, he says, serves to disprove the claim that critical thinking is an activity alien to traditional Africa. Please note that Professor Barry Allen opted for the ordinary language.
Python, I think we lost you. Python.
Probably his network is having some issues before.
Python.
Maybe we could try the video until he comes back.
Oh, okay, should I play the video now?
Yeah, let's try that. When he comes.
Okay, I have the video, just 1 minute.
Eventually, when I
So the two of them have the same origin, father of. So if the Yoruba say orunmila baba Ifa, which means father of wisdom, and Socrates means baba Ifa, king of Jolawo. And that book is surprise to me. When I looked at all of them, they are nice. It's almost identical. There's differences. According to history, Orunmila has many wives and concubines. Socrates officially has one wife, but people tell us that he has two. Then the question is, how are they similar? I discovered about 35 quotations where they said almost exactly the same thing. All I've done is to say, okay, Socrates did not write anything. Orunmila did not write anything. So I will say Socrates is rather of philosophy. They will tell me he has a disciple called Plato. Plato was the one who now wrote 35 dialogues, which according to him were dialogues, discussions that Socrates had with some people. 35. But please, he did not record them. He was following his organ for many years. When the man died, Plato did not write anything 30 years after his organ died. He got to also little money. What he remembered was what he wrote 30 years. It's not that he wrote it.
Okay, so I paused the video for Python to continue with the reading. Then when the need for the video comes up, I'll play it again. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Am I audible, please?
Yes, you are.
You guys hear?
Yes.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you so much. I really appreciate the video, and we might get to use it because this is very interesting. And I'm just doing my own based on how I read the book and what I can bring out of it. So, as I was saying the other time, I'm at the part where it's about racism, negritude, and evolution. Now, racism is the theory which states that only white people possess the natural ability to think in scientific, rational, and critical terms. I'm very sure this is not the racism definition we see in most dictionaries.
Yes, so.
The formulators of negritude held on to the sanctity of this theory by claiming that the negation of this future defined African tradition of thought. The hypothesis was arrived at ex cathedra. It was not discovered through humanistic studies of African oral traditions in which African ideas and beliefs are explicitly expressed. Now, that racism has been demonstrated as a pseudoscience. Negritude, a theory based on its auspices, must suffer the same fate. Many scholars today argue that African tradition of thought is at lower level of evolution. This is despite the fact that the invalidity of evolution theory has been established on historical evidence that the Chinese, who were hitherto classified as one of the people at a lower evolution step, have a civilization that predates and is demonstratable as higher level than that of the West. Please also note that, because that is the same thing about Africa. It is pertinent here to give a few examples of scholars who still employ the theory of evolution in identifying the characteristics features of African tradition of thought and philosophy. Professor Kwasi Buredu again explicitly states it is a fact that Africa lags behind in the West in cultivation of rational inquiry. Parkin also expresses a similar view when he says our language are not yet developed to the extent that their vocabularies and logical syntax can handle abstract philosophical discourse. He illustrates this by saying the same must be said of mathematics and science. I do not know to what purpose it will serve by calling mathematics Ishiro, when the latter Ishiro simply means addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, arithmetic. But mathematics is not simple arithmetic. It includes algebra, geometry. A well-developed Yoruba language for mathematics could simply be put as mathematics. These are the misconceptions of our language and not a broader view. But I don't want to go too much in that part. Now, let me read the conclusion part. I just wanted to prove and make you guys understand some of these Western arguments of our trained people from the Western world. So I'll quickly move to the concluding part of this book, please. Just give me a seconds, please. I'll be there. I hope I'm still very audible, please.
Of course you are. Go on.
Yes, you are.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I'll be just a minute, please. I have to get to the page. Now, this is the concluding part I want to read, which really matters to me very well. One moment, please. 92. So, I have this part to read. Quite ironically, Dr. Abbas Q. Mahdi, formerly of the Department of Physics, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, points to the intellectual future in the fast system created by the orunmila. He writes, as a starting point, I have observed that the fast system seems to be characterized by even numbers, that is, numbers that are divisible by multiples of 2. Each of the Odu has a dual nature, that is, male and female. I do not believe that it is a coincidence that the Ifa system is characterized by even numbers. In the meantime, one can only speculate that the originators of the system may have been using a more refined or different mathematics than what we know than what we know today, or that they wished a straightforward and simple rule. That is contradicting the ideology of Wired and the others like Bewaji. Going further, he said, binary notions are today explained as a process of calculation in terms of 1 bit that represent 2 values, and so on from 1 bit, 2 values, 2 bits, 4 values, and so on. That was said by PROF Olúwole. Because digital values are coded numbers, the range of values presented can be very wide, although the number of possible values is limited by the number of bits. The acknowledged fact that this is an advancement on the analog computerizing system in which variables of physical quantities such as voltage are used to represent data demonstrate the sanctity of Mahdi's suggestion that the originators of the fast system may have been using a more refined or different mathematics than what was then known in the West. Professor Odulonge, a computer scientist, concluded this when he says, the first generation store program electronic digital computer used vacuum tubes as active elements. Efforts were being made to develop suitable main memory technologies, which became operational in the 1950s. Ifa divination as an ancient urban knowledge system reveals to us the coherence, logicality, precision, and profundity of thoughts, philosophy, mathematics, and computer science as known and practiced by our forefathers and mothers before the 11th century AD, well before the same ideas were discovered in the West in later centuries. I hope you guys hear that, because this should form our discourse before I go to the next part I want to discuss about. So now, I want to talk about something about Ifa, because most people see Ifa as a religion, worship system or whatever. No, it's broader than that. It's full of knowledge, and which even talks about the kind of philosophy that we have that is bigger than what the West can even teach us today. So here I go. The person who said this, I'm just going to read this excerpt by Homer and the others. Ifa corpus is not a literature comparable to Plato's dialogues, Cartesian meditations, and other classical African literary sources. Which, can you guys hear me, please?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you so much. Because I don't know what is wrong with this network, and the other time I was just reading to myself then. So, as I was saying, Ifa corpus is not a literature compared to Plato's dialogues, Cartesian meditations, and other classical African literary sources, which are regarded as intrinsically philosophical in nature. That is by Bewaji. He explicitly asserted, Ifa cannot in itself be regarded as an intrinsically philosophical text comprising of arguments, reasons, defenses, and refutations, propounding, supporting, or repudiating certain theories about existence, human knowledge, politics, or morality. Thus, if we now wrote down the question we pose, we might ask, is Ifa a Yoruba epistemology in same sense as Plato's, Theaetetus, and Ahmadi's Oyinbo too much from him, and the socrates meditations constitute essays in epistemology? The answer to the question still remains a negative one. So, I will go to page 110, which is the conclusion I want to read, and we can stop there for now. 1 minute, please. 110. Let me click there to that page, because I noted on the page that it matters to me for people to read, and you can go and read the whole book yourself later. So the conclusion part here is where I really want to make us do this comparison before I talk about Socrates and Orunmila themselves and the things that compares them and how knowledgeable Orunmila is more than even Socrates. So this is the concluding part of this chapter 4 I'm talking about. This and several Ifa verses stated in chapter 3 bear testimony against the textual validity of positions of critics who insist that African thoughts and philosophy are expressions of emotion and or superstition in the sense of being mythological. The fact established in the text and allied above is that Orunmila and many of his intellectual colleagues created and developed critical, rational, and scientific theories of philosophy in which adequate respect is paid to logic and human experience, the two main intellectual features of respectable human thought. The salient points established are that the authors of the quoted Ifa verses often relied on the facts of experience for the validation of the ideas, beliefs, and views, while reasons and logic were more often than not given their rightful place in the scheme of things. The attempt in most cases is to create new views to replace some old ones considered as less reasonable, less empirically courageous. This means that emotion, sentiment, unscientific, non-rational features are not the canons that identify and define Yoruba thought as an exemplar of African philosophy. Several texts in their original forms contain features identified by scholars such as Krehe, Wiredu, Bodurin, and Utonji, and upheld by Bewaji as necessary intellectual elements of strict and critical philosophy. The truth of the matter, as already argued in other parts of this work, is that no member of the professional school of thought carried out dispassionate studies of African oral traditions like Ifa couples. One can but wonder whether Bewaji and Makinde ever came across any of the texts analyzed above. Makinde confessed that his analysis is based on interpretation given by Wande and Bibola. Given that this is so, it can be validly argued that the basic source of their errors is ignorance of African oral tradition. Please also note that, please. This is why, as already noted above, Professor Valentine V. Mudumbe reminds scholars of African thought and philosophy of the need to pay obedience to la chose the text, that's in French, to la chose the text, which means text expressed in African language. What needs to be analyzed, characterized, and critically examined are African ideas and beliefs. This warning is sacrosanct, since philosophy is about what people say rather than what they do. Professor Lucius Alpha wondered why this basic approach is neglected in the debate about the existence of African philosophy. He put the question this way: why is the matter of African philosophy nothing more than a simple truism, or at most a heuristic for empirical identification followed by description and interpretation? That was his question. We can know that because it's something we discussed about. The implicit answer is that it has been so difficult to come to grips with adequate definition of African philosophy because scholars hardly study African oral expression as the material in which to discover their inherent intellectual futures. Another crucial point that has delayed progress in the debate about the existence of African philosophy is that the conventional misunderstanding misunderstanding and misinterpretation of Ifa as books that contain divine messages, the way traditional Babalawo believe and practice it. Coincidentally, Chinese and Indian traditions of thought were both first characterized as religion and mysticism before they were later recognized and demonstrated as expressions of sound, scientific, and rational philosophical treatise, a point to which Hamilton and Paul Williams draw attention to. Williams tells us the all too common slogan that Indian philosophy is mystical or spiritual, or Indian philosophy is intuitive or non-rational, and therefore is not really philosophical at all, as Western understand it now, as characterizations of Indian philosophy, simply nonsense. That is by Williams. Hamilton added, because of the overlap between philosophy and religion in India, there is a tendency in the West to regard its thinking as mystical, even magical. This is a mistake. There is, in fact, a strong tradition of rational argument in India. So, I will move on to one thing also said here by Orunmila himself. Not Orunmila actually, by Orunmila actually. He said something here. He said, the idiotic sages of Egbala, the imbecile diviners of Ijesha kingdom, why do you leave the right path to tread in the wilderness? The same question was put to them at Otumoba, where the white silk cotton tree Araba was killing them and all their descendants. So this is how foolish and stupid you all are. But even then, no error of thought surpasses that of the inhabitants of Ilude, who are both foolish and idiotic. And why do they say that? This is something from an Ifa verse, which I always read to. I've always read it here twice, and I'm going to conclude with this part to make us understand some of the problems and challenges we are facing in Africa right now, and why I stand in the path I stand today. Now, there's an Ifa verse which is in Wori Oyeku. I don't know if any Babalawo is there, they can confirm that for me. But it says, any formerly colonized people who in the march to a new civilization on their face against indigenous culture behave stupidly. When such thinkers at the same time decide to rely entirely on the intellectual culture of their erstwhile enslavers, they act more stupid. For rather than bring development, what they usher in is the destruction of their intellectual heritage. Another verse there says, 1 minute please. Another verse there says something that is quite similar. Let me just read that one. And it says, inexperienced people always throw away the salient elements of in their cultural thought system until their intellectual arena becomes an empty space for dumping moribund foreign ideas and beliefs. I don't want to go on with reading these parts. I just wanted us to see the narrative of the Western ideology and that of the African mindset, because we are not even gone deep into how we think. So, Dean, you want to come in?
Yeah, I was going to say that when you said you're not going to read that part, I think that part is very interesting. That that's the part you actually need to read out for me.
Okay, all right, let me do that. It won't take me long. I just wanted to stop anyway. So, anyways, I'll read the parts further from where I just stopped. So it says these messages of these three pieces is to Western trained. Please, Dean, thank you for making me read it, because I didn't want to go for that actually. I don't want to. There are some things I really am trying to avoid, just for the sake of an open discussion. So anyways, I'll read further and I'll be done with this person. So the message of these three pieces is to Western trained scholars who wrongly believe that the adoption of Western ideas, beliefs and principles of understanding are the only panacea for, please pardon my pronunciation sometimes, understanding are only panacea for the more various problems of contemporary development in Africa. They often ignore the serious study of African oral tradition for the possible discovery of some indigenous views and principles that may be more intellectually cogent to socially relevant to contemporary African experience. The phrase "leave the right path to tread in the wide wilderness" is the first in the first verse means turn one's back towards indigenous culture. All the three verses warn that the neglect of indigenous culture slows down true development. Now, if it is cogently established that there are critical analysis, rational and scientific arguments in the views of orunmila similar to those in the thought of Socrates, then it must be considered on the basis of textual evidence, and both thinkers and philosophers whose works pass muster as philosophy the way it is known and practiced today. Otherwise, there may be no other option than to dismiss both of them as non-philosophers or redefined discipline itself. In other words, scholars cannot, on the basis of similar literary evidence, uphold the work of Socrates as a respectable philosophy than that of orunmila as a non-philosopher. If we retain the same meaning of philosophy, the paradox that emerges needs to be resolved. If the work of each of these two thinkers qualifies as adversarial philosophy because they contain arguments, reasons, defenses, and refutations propounding, supporting, or repudiating, then which features identify and justify the philosophy of Socrates as an illustration of Western tradition or critical philosophy, and that of orunmila as an exemplar of African philosophy that is equally rational and critical? In which terms can adequate distinctions be drawn between two traditions of philosophy that contain similar intellectual features and yet not identical? One popular answer is that cultural diversity in human thought evolves from differences in natural and human social experience. These to me are accidental conditions, which though may influence but never necessarily constitute rational justifications for the existence of different cultural traditions of thought. The proof lies in the historical fact that various philosophical schools of thought are known to exist in the same natural environment, just as they do in many substantially different cultural and human environments. Ancient Greek philosophers formulated materialism, idealism, and dualism in the same age and place. There is also abundant evidence that these different metaphysical positions were held by thinkers in other cultures of the world. One of the conventional views is that the cultural traditions of thought and philosophy are determined in terms of racial differences in human physical or historical environment. The argument, which is in the direct opposition to this conventional hypothesis, is that the differences in traditions of philosophy are established in terms of the basic assumption different thinkers make about the nature and reality and the type of knowledge human beings can have. When one particular view dominates other of the thought of people, it is treated as the future that defines their intellectual identity. This, of course, does not necessarily mean such a tradition is monolithic or unique to a particular people or society. The primary task in the next chapter is to identify and explain, critically justify the hypothesis that the differences in views of the reality and knowledge held by these two great thinkers establish the identity of Western and African traditions of philosophy. That is the conclusion part of that chapter. I don't want to go to chapter 5, and I think Dean can help me with the video later. But for now, I don't know if we can discuss about this. Can you guys hear me, please? Hello, am I audible? Yes.
We can hear you. If you can't hear you,
if we can discuss about it first before I now give proper comparison about introducing Socrates himself and orunmila and the comparison of their work. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that should be interesting. I support that. So I can as well just go ahead and coordinate that. So I know we have historians of repute on stage. We have Dr. Babola, we have Ade, we have Mr. Dayo, we have Ifelua, we have our engineer Lu and team. Thank you very much for joining us, everyone in the audience. I greet all of you. This is Yoruba Nation. If you're not following the room already, the club already, you can click on the greenhouse and beside the Yoruba Nation title of the room, of the club, of the room, and then you can become a member. And when we behind me. You can just flash the mic, and then I'll take a list, and then you can go for it. Thank you.
Mr. Bonga, did you want to talk?
Yes, on the topic, but not now. In another 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you for joining us. Yeah, Python, go for it.
Right. There's something I wanted to quickly also read to complete that, but let me find it. I think I have it somewhere here. So there's a part in the book that describes more about IFA itself as but which is not necessarily the main thing about the book, the topic we are discussing right now. But I think I would first read this so that we understand IFA itself as the basis of a broad philosophy and so many other things. So there's a definition by one of these scholars that is talking in the book. I don't know where I put that out, but I wrote it down on my notes, but I always like looking at it every time. He says, IFA is not a religion, but it contains religion within itself. IFA is not history, but contains history. It is not philosophy, but it contains philosophy. It is not science, but contains science within itself. And it is a very profound kind of science. It is not music, but there is music in its stanzas. IFA is not anything, but it contains everything within it. So, why I read this out is also to just prove the broadness, because we are speaking from the point of Yoruba culture system and its tradition. And one thing we need to know that orunmila in this thing that we are talking, in this book we are talking about, existed years and years and years before all the problems we have today. And there are many things that he has talked about. So I'll use this opportunity now to actually quickly introduce the both of them to you as to understand who they both are. So I'm going to quickly go to page 38, where we talk about Socrates itself. I'm just going to, because Socrates and orunmila are described in three different types by some people, and as I said earlier, some even believe the both of them are myths, they are just historical items or whatever thing they categorize them as, but we know that they existed. So now I'm just going to read who Socrates is to you. The topic, the title here is who really was Socrates, and I'll read who really orunmila is to everybody. So now, who really your Socrates? As already noted, none of the three authors that defined him as historical and the others was a biographer of Socrates, even though Plato made himself his master's mouthpiece. At least one text confirms that he did not play his role faithfully. According to Diogenes Laertius, Socrates, having had Plato read the Mises, cried out, "O oracles!" No. I don't think I want to go here. I don't think I want to read this part of Socrates. Or pardon me, you guys can validate that yourself when you check the book. But I'll prefer to read about orunmila because that excites me the more, because it makes me know how powerful these people have been thinking before today. And many of us today have a lot of shortcomings in even thinking to the height at which these people are thinking. So now, 1 minute please. Who is orunmila? Please, I'm a bit here. So now, who is orunmila? The popular characterization of orunmila by most Western educated ethnologists is that he is Yoruba, god of wisdom, a celestial being who never existed as a human. But there is no Yoruba literature in which orunmila is called Olorun, god of wisdom. This general misunderstanding is derived from the Greek notion of gods and goddesses. Although male and female members of the Greek pantheon married, stole and engaged in other vices, they did all this between the earth and celestial world. This misses the Yoruba concept of Orisha, as explicitly stated in the following Ifa verse. Orunmila says, "It is human beings we deify as Orisha." I replied, "True indeed, it is my Lord, Agbomiregun. Orisha had deified human beings," Orunmila says. Orisha Allah, you must know, was once a human being himself. When he brought blessings to the world, men began to worship him as God. Even to this day, men revere his memory and supplicate the omnipotent in his name. Ogun was once a human being. Shango was once a human being. And so those who attain wisdom on earth, they are those indeed whom we worship as God. The Orisha are deified human beings. That's from the Jew. This is the sense in which many modern authors refer to him as the hack prophet of religious system. It is from this point of view that it is consistent to treat Ifa literary codes as Yoruba scripture produced by men and women under divine inspiration. The works of these ancient Yoruba thinkers could never have been products of mythical characters, in line with the popular knowledge that there are no revealed religion in Africa. Ifa is a good example of people who conceives and presents their religion as a human institution formulated by God's inspired people. It is from this conceptual background that the disciples of Orunmila and their subsequent descendants pay reference to him as Baba Ifa, the guru of a religious order. The available testimony is the traditional diviners known as Babalawo, refer to him as their patron saint. This is the way Ifa is still represented today in diaspora. So, I want to read something about Orunmila and religion. Can I go on now? Can I go on, Dean?
Yes, go on. Yes.
Okay, all right. Now, I'll read Orunmila and religion, and I'll also read Socrates and religion himself before we go into the parallels of comparison about the both of them. So, Orunmila and religion, it would be ridiculous to raise the question as to whether or not Orunmila was religious. He was the leader of a religious cult, which established a school structured like Plato's academy, in which various themes and subjects, including religion, science, morality, mathematics, and social sciences, etc., were taught. The question of believing in many gods did not arise since it is explicitly stated that every Orisha was a human being referred as a national hero or heroine after death. A group of ancient Yoruba men and women who were later so honored were colleagues of Orunmila. Let me bring that fast forward to today. The likes of Ransom Kuti, the woman, the mother of Fela, is an Orisha. Every one of you here is an Orisha by the meaning, because as from what I understand, Orisha means Eniti Orisha, the chosen one. That is what it means. It is not a god. It is not. It is not a spiritual god or whatever everybody thinks it is mostly today. So I move on. The divination system was designed as a process of knowing God's will. The act of Ifa divination is therefore not a process of speaking directly to God like a medium. The goal is that of choosing relevant verses from a large expanse of oral text stored in a computer-compatible binary coding system. Wow. The technique formulated by Orunmila is one in which predictions are arrived as through the use of mathematical laws of probability. That is how beautiful this thing is. The group led by Orunmila regarded prayer, sacrifice, fasting, worship, and rituals as essential parts of their religious obligations. Contrary to the views of scholars who see Ifa as restricted to religious activities, the pursuit of secular knowledge, including science, mathematics, and philosophy, was an integral part of the syllabus of school of thought. This is precisely because Orunmila lived during Yoruba classical age, in which, like in most ancient traditions of war, there were no hard lines drawn between religion, philosophy, science, and social science. Now, I'm going to go into the parallels in the lives and times of Socrates and Orunmila, which... Okay, Dean, I think it's better you, before I go on, probably maybe you play the video you want to play.
Okay, thank you, Python. Thank you for the reading. So, before I play the video, I'm thinking before I play the video, should I, if anyone wants to time in, and if there's no one, then I can go ahead and play the video, and then we can see if we can spring up a discussion from there. Should I go ahead?
Let's see if people are going to talk. Mr. Gonka, are you ready, or is there anybody there who wants to speak?
Yes, I'm driving, and where I am, I might have signal issues. So in another 10 minutes, I will be in a place I can talk very well.
Okay, all right. We'll wait for you then. Dean, go on.
Okay, thank you. So I'm gonna take the video back to the beginning. It's an interview by Professor Sophie Oluwole on what do they have in common, Socrates and Orunmila. So, thank you for listening.
Socrates, father of philosophy. Philosophy means wisdom. Kiloriki Orunmila, Baba Ifa, Kilojefa, wisdom. So the two of them have the same oriki, father of. So if the Yoruba say Orunmila Baba Ifa, which means father of wisdom, and Socrates means Baba Ifa, king of the other one. And that book is surprising. When I looked at all of them, their life is almost identical. There's differences. According to Orunmila, has many wives and concubines. Socrates officially has one wife, but people tell us that he has two. Then the question is, how are they similar? I discovered about 35 quotations where they said almost exactly the same thing. What I've done is to say, okay, Socrates did not write anything. Orunmila did not write anything. So how do we say Socrates is rather a philosophy? David said he has a disciple called Plato. Plato was the one who now wrote 35 dialogues, which according to him were dialogues, discussions that Socrates had with some people. 35. But please, he did not take record them. He was following his Oga for many years. When the man died, Plato did not write anything 30 years after his Oga died. He got to so much. What he remembered was what he wrote 30 years. It's not that he wrote it down. No. He just said after 30 years, I should not let my Oga die. So he wrote it. Now, my question is, if Orunmila wrote nothing, the idea to credit Orunmila will not work. See, according to this, Orunmila has 16 disciples. He gave them a mandate. Everything he said must be memorized. If you are Babalawo today, you must take an example. And the exam is not written. You must have studied 12 years under Babalawo. And when the man says this man is qualified, the Babalawo will sit down. Ask him to rehearse as much of it as he knows. So bad they can, so they could practice. Which means was to the descendants of people who memorized Orunmila. Plato memorized Socrates. Babalawo memorized the two of them. It is their disciples that documented what they said. They didn't write anything. But when you put the two together, about 75% of what they said are the same. The only difference, which is very fundamental, Socrates said you must seek knowledge. And it was which kind of knowledge? A knowledge that is everlasting, that is unchanging, that is true forever. Orunmila kò sí kan tó jẹ́ bẹ́ẹ̀. Ọgbọ́n ọdún ni wèrè ẹ̀mí. There was a particular occasion where Orunmila said all the disciples at Oya, he was grumbling about Akilo Sheni. Oh no, already to mo wájú ọ̀rọ̀ tó mẹ̀yìn ọ̀rọ̀ ni. Wọ́n ní kí ló gbé. Gbogbo yín ìlẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹ̀gbọ́n, ṣùgbọ́n ṣé ẹ mọ wájú ọ̀rọ̀ ṣé ẹ mẹ̀yìn ọ̀rọ̀. Wọ́n ní wọ́n mọ̀. Ó dá yín lójú. Àwọn olókè wọ́n á ṣe ìdánwò fún yín. Ó wà nílé. Òkú dé, òkú wá kì í. Torí ẹ̀ ní nǹkan tó ń ṣe ayò lọ́mọ̀ ta. Òkú ní bàbá ẹja ta ìbọn ní rárá, ó ní kó sílẹ̀ kú yàrá yẹn gbogbo bẹ̀. Òkú sílẹ̀ kú bẹ̀. Kí ni lè? Àdá ìbọn tó tuntun. Bàbá ṣe ẹ̀mí jagun ni ó ní rárá. Wọ́n ní kan ló kọ̀ wá fún. Ṣé òun lè kó lọ? Ó lò lè kó. Ọlọ́kẹ́. Ṣé kò mọ̀ bọ́ wọn jẹ́ ká tà yìí? Wọ́n ta yìí lẹ́ẹ̀mẹ́ta. Òun jẹ́ kí Orunmila tètè pa ọ́ tó ló fẹ́ kó. Bàbá kò ṣe tó jẹ́ kí n mọ́ ọ lọ. Ó ní mo sílẹ̀ ó sá padà. Bàbá yìí náà ti ń ṣèké. Kí ni mo ṣe? Irin ẹ̀kọ́ yẹn ó ti dóògùn, ó ti bàjẹ́. Bàbá ní kí ló bàbá kì í ṣe ẹ̀kọ́ tẹ́ kó síbẹ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan bàbá ẹ̀kọ́ tó ń kó síbẹ̀. Ló wá rí báyìí. Orí tó bá rà dá tuntun fún ọmọ ọ̀gbẹ̀ni ẹ̀. Ṣé kó sọ pé mo wájú? Iwájú lórí tó ṣàìsí ìgbẹ̀yìn ni pé kó dùn kù. Àwọn ọ̀dẹ̀ sọ pé mo wájú ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀gbẹ̀ni ẹ̀ ọjà àná. Sọ̀gbọ́dé. The same exam. Oníkóṣílẹ̀ tó wọlé ọkùnrin ló fi síbẹ̀ ọmọ ọdún mọ́kànlélógún. Láti ojú ìta lè kó gbára ẹ̀ tó yẹn. Bàbá. Ṣẹ̀fẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ní rárá ìyàwó ọkọ tó gbé fún un ló gbé wá tó ti lọ́mọ ní rárá. Sọ̀gbọ́n ní sọ̀rọ̀ lè fẹ́ orí olùmí ṣé kó fún ọmọ lọ́rẹ́ jẹ́ ká tàgbé mẹ́ta. Bàbá Táyọ̀ tán lọ́mú ìyàwó ọdẹ́gbẹ̀. Èyí méjì ló kù sẹ́nu ojú ẹ̀ ti wọnú. Ẹ̀ka ẹ̀ ti rẹ̀ fún bàbá. Ọmọdé tó kú síbi lẹ́ẹ̀kan ó ti mú kúrò bàbá ló mú kúrò. Kí ni ẹ̀gbọ́n oníṣòwò tó bá fẹ́ ìyàwó ọmọ ọdún mọ́kànlá tó bá dá kó kí ló ṣe mọ́? Iwájú ẹ̀ ti nǹkan tó fà yìí. So Orunmila was like Socrates. You know that there is no condition that is permanent. Nothing is absolutely true. It can shake beyond the conclusion. Socrates is the one saying that knowledge was not changed. Orunmila knows there is no permanent condition. Now, these people now came back to Orunmila. Kábíyèsí bàbá yìí ni wọ́n lẹ́ mọ́ wájú ọ̀nà ó lẹ́ mọ́ kó bá wọn. Ó sọ pé mo wájú ọ̀nà nìkan ni mo sọ ní bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ló ń mọ̀. And nobody does or not nìkan ni mo wájú ọ̀nà. Socrates was looking for absolute truth. Orunmila knows no human being can know absolute truth. A philosophy is superior because there is no absolute truth. Èmi kan ni mo sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ nǹkan tí wọ́n sọ ni mo gbọ́. Nǹkan tí wọ́n sọ ni nǹkan tí wọ́n sọ ni lónìí who is better? But to say the problem with this book is that once you see this name, including my own children, to me, that's not an intellectual attitude. If you see Socrates, even Jesus Christ, and Orunmila, before I bought the book, I will read it. If I read it, I say this woman is a liar. But you have not read it. There's no human being. So that's the way to change the mind on basis of evidence. And that is what I want my Nigerians to do. Orisha is better than Jesus. Give us evidence of what your parents said. Do research. I know about the kind of bound to come from some.
Sophia Oluwole's interview on the common thing between Socrates and Orunmila. So, Python, are you still there?
Yes, I am. I prefer that we don't discuss on the, because he has already explained that similarities for me already, so I don't even need to read it, but I will I'll go to my third section of how I wanted to do it. But before I do that, I would love us to engage. I don't want everybody to keep it, because this is not about me, it's about some of these things that we deny as African people ourselves. There are so many of us out there that live our life based on a singular ideology and believing that is the limit of where we should stop. Because even according to what is written in this, some of the things I understand is the dual nature of our philosophical framework by our ancestors, such as Orunmila, as you just said. So it's very important that we have a discourse on this thing, because I am saying today that Western ideology has not done any help. Let me not say has not done. Let me not put it that way, but let me say has not been that helpful the African continent or tradition, not even talk of Yoruba. Because today I ask a question: why is, for example, Eshu is referred to as Satan or any other language in the Western world, where we now know that the likes of Eshu or Warren, the likes of Ogun, Shango, Oya, Yemojanko, we are human beings. The same thing now, I believe, in nearest future, people like Fela, his mother, and the likes of Awolowo will be referred to as
Barely. Thank you.
With the kind of story that we pass down from generation to
generations. Thank you.
I don't know if anybody would like to discuss, because we are here to learn and enlighten ourselves. Because I am of the belief that if we as children of this continent can build on this knowledge that is being passed down by our ancestors. Yeah. Oh, sorry, 1 minute, please. Mute a little bit. Can you guys hear me, please? Am I still audible? Okay.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Okay, all right. So, what I'm saying, I've always been saying to many of us, because sometimes when I talk, it becomes an unnecessary argument, is that why
you know what,
can't we
Lori Clubhouse.
the knowledge that is
In fact,
passed
I'm
down
enjoying
to
it.
us? Why can't we build on the science that we call myth today? Why can't we build on the philosophy or the things that we call magical instead of what its name truly means in the context of our language and tradition? Build on that and create a better future for ourselves, rather than the boring of another civilization that is not helping us. Because in this world now for 30 years, there are some things I've never seen some changes for over 30 years. We are walking in the circles of the same challenges and problems and neglecting this educational system of our ancestors. So this is the discourse, and this is what I believe we should be talking about. These are the things I expect us to be preaching about. These are the things I expect us to always be telling our children the truth about who they are, who we are. I feel pain in my heart most times when I get to discover one thing that has brainwashed me for a very long time. It pains me to my bone marrow, but truthfully, there's things I cannot do right now. But let me not just bore you guys with my talk, but I hope anybody here wants to talk, because we can learn. I have my own views, you have your own views. But and also according to the book, Orunmila said that everybody has their own truth, but one cannot be far from the actual truth. So that we need to also understand. That is a very powerful statement by Orunmila himself. So anybody wants to chime in, I can see Bonka. Okay, Bonka, you can come on if you are ready now. You can talk.
Yes. Thank you very much. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, you are.
Yes.
You are. Yes, you are.
Yes. So religion has, I see that it has always kind of incited some kind of emotions, and so we will have to find a way to kind of communicate in a way where when you're speaking, the other person that does not think like you in this from the spiritual context will not take it as an attack on anything that is opposite your own belief. I hope we'll be able to evolve to that point where we can have these subjective kind of discussions. Because let me give a first caveat emptor. I personally don't believe that one's religion should be separated from one's history. So I don't believe that your ancestors should not be a part of your religious history. And if you look at all the people that ended up great in life, it's because they never separated their ancestors from their history. You will notice that when before the Arabs became an item, they first made sure that the center of energy removed from Jerusalem to Mecca. Everything that was centered around Jerusalem was taken to Mecca. And the stories were centered around that. The patriarchy was centered around Ishmael. Now, the Holy Land now belongs to them, as opposed to somewhere external. So these are very sensitive things. They might come in as irrelevant. They might come in as minor things, but they are very important to the psyche of every human. I said something earlier in one of my topics that when you look at a place like America, right? They appreciate God, they appreciate Jesus, but in the same like mind, they appreciate George Washington, they appreciate Christopher Columbus, they appreciate their patriots. That's for like almost every Western country, from England to France, or maybe not France because of the revolution. So they would be more into more of their recent heroes. But when you now talk of a place like Yoruba nation today, when you think of your ancestors, like this orunmila we're talking about, like Oduduwa, like Oromia, the first thing that comes to your mind is something negative. You think of them as people from the dark side of the world, occultic symbols, demonic symbols. That is because your history and your religion are not together, and they are kind of being made to form a kind of contrast. I'm going to leave that at that. Let me not go further into that, but that's just food for thought for us who want to kind of think outside the box. With much respect to all other people that don't agree with me, I don't mean that as an attack. I'm just saying my own view. Now, I want to say that civilizations are not built by kings. They're not built by soldiers. They're not built by warriors. They're built by empires. Empires are not built by kings. They're not built by soldiers. They're not built by warriors. They're built by civilizations. So there's always someone sent to a people at a particular time to help them build civilizations, because civilizations unite people. Civilizations help people have a structured way, cultures, norms, and values. And from that kind of unity, something great always comes out of it. Now, the first one is the one we see about Socrates. Before Socrates emerged, the Greek city-states they were always fighting each other. The Spartans, the Greeks. It was Socrates that laid the groundwork that Plato eventually took, and then the man who now actually expanded it and took the works and started kind of using it to build the Greek and Spartan self-pride was Aristotle. Aristotle was the teacher of the guys that went out and conquered the world. He was the teacher of Alexander. He was the teacher of Cretus. I think it's Cretus, the guy that Alexander killed when they were drunk. He was the teacher of Ptolemy. So he was the teacher of Seleucid. Ptolemy was the guy who took Egypt. So all the guys that actually controlled the world and that built the Hellenistic civilization, they came around at that time because somebody like Socrates emerged at some point, started teaching about civilization, and from that civilization, an empire came out of it. Another one happened in the Middle East, and this man, his name is not so popular, but his name is Zoroaster. And it was Zoroaster's teaching that actually started the concept of law. So if you're a lawyer today and you're standing on behalf of someone, you actually who's that? Can you hear me? Can people hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. you're a lawyer today, that is a profession that came out of Zoroaster's teachings and from the Middle East areas, and those teachings were kind of centered around give people a right to fair hearing, give people a right to defend themselves, do not just punish anyone without kind of making sure that the person is not guilty. That was Zoroaster's teachings. That's why you see a statue of Zoroaster in front of one of the judiciary buildings, one of the important buildings in New York. It is greatly revered. The first man to build a civilization on Zoroaster's teachings was a man called Cyrus, King Cyrus. And, you know, he did expand the empires a lot, and everything about him, everything about the way he thinks, everything about the way he ruled the empire was strictly on the teachings of Zoroaster. That was the first time religion was merged with state, and he everything about the structure of his government, the structure of administration, that was Zoroaster. And all the way to Darius, it was his teachings that they used on the empire. But Cyrus, if you look at the Bible, you'll see that there were so many good things God said about Cyrus. And in the book of Isaiah chapter 45, verse 1, it was saying, God said, Cyrus is my anointed king. I take hold of his right hand. I give him the power to bring nations under his control. I help him strip kings of their power to go to war against him. I break city gates open so he can go through them. Okay, let me not read the whole thing, but I mean all the way to verse 4, it was talking about how God really loved Cyrus, how God really kind of supported his mission, supported his conquest of the world, and supported his rulership based on the laws of Zoroastrianism. That speaks a lot to those who think that you can always condemn anything if it did not come from Jerusalem, if it did not come from Israel. Look at the story of Cyrus, look at what he believed in, and understand that this concept that says that if it's not done the Jewish way, the Abrahamic way, then God condemns it. The story of Cyrus says something totally different. And of course, in the Egyptian text, there was a man called Fatotep. He was also the one that built the foundation for the philosophies of Egypt at that time. And all these people I mentioned, please take note that the laws and the things they put down were very humane. It wanted to build a society based on fairness. It wanted to build a society based on justice. Fear that the rich should not oppress the poor, the powerful should not oppress the less privileged. That was all they represented as they emerged in those times. And the philosophy of Egypt was not also different. If you look at the 42 feathers of math, those who are into kind of Freemasons and some of these, I think Rosicrucian Orthodox kind of spirituality is very big on Egyptian spirituality, including the Freemasons. People like George Washington and all that, they were really big on Egyptologists, and that's why you see that the way they laid the foundation of America had a lot to do with Egyptian ideologies. They even named the city after one of the most famous cities in Egypt, Memphis. There's a city here in America that they call, and if you look at all their graveyards, like I said a lot of times, they always have that obelisk symbol. That symbol with a sharp point. Even if you drive by any graveyard around in the Western world, you'll see that a lot of graveyards have those things, and that's the connection to that spirituality. But if you look at the feathers, 42 feathers of Mat, and every Egyptian had that at his tomb, when he was buried, you will see how much they wanted to live a good life while they were on earth. Because he wrote all the laws. While I was on earth, I did not steal, I did not take somebody's wife, I did not oppress my neighbor, I did not backbite against all the good stuff, all the way the 42, they're called 42 feathers of man. So these are all the things that laid the ground of civilizations in everywhere, and everywhere these people emerged. The civilization came after their teachings, after they they were able to build that society. It is not an exception when it comes to our own Yoruba nation as well, and it was not an exception when it comes to Orunmila. Now, Orunmila laid the groundwork for Yoruba civilization. Before his teachings, they were evolving from hamlets, like the 13 hamlets at Ife were consolidated into like a kind of confederacy at the time of Obatala, and would eventually become a strong centralized kingdom at the time of Oduduwa. But the teachings of Orunmila is what guided the life of the princes that would eventually go out and found all their nations. The 7 initial nations, they were found under these teachings, and that was why for a long time, between that time and the time that of the invasion from Ilorin, Yoruba land was a very peaceful nation, very prosperous nations, because they used the teachings of Ifa, they used the teachings of Orunmila, the laws of Orunmila, to build one of the best forms of civilization that existed in the southern part of the Niger, to a point where even when the Portuguese people arrived, they were saying, hold on, who is this? Oh, I'm sorry, it was a text that came in. Yeah, so, well, that messed up my thought. I apologize. So, like, they were able to build a lot of civilizations around that time based on these philosophies, and that is why you'll see that kings were not allowed to be tyrants. Being tyrannical was something frowned at. You will see a king that ordered we were saying this as a joke in one of our earlier meetings, that a king that got angry because his wife was joking about how skinny he was and how you were a whole king, and every people dread you, but look at you, you're just this skinny man. He got angry and ordered for her parents to be beheaded. And the Oyomis said, no, we can't have a man like you as our king. Someone who would be so angry and order his wife's parents to be beheaded. No, we don't want you. We could see what happened to Basharuga when he became too tyrannical. We could see what happened to Alafin Aole. So, a lot of things like that. That should show you how much nobody was allowed to be a tyrant over another person. The environment did not allow you to exploit another person. That's why the feudal system was frowned at. So it was a very beautiful structure that taught them a lot of things. The only exception to all this, that the kingdoms that did not accept Orumila's teachings at inception was Oyo initially, because Oyo was influenced more by some outside kingdoms than Ife at inception. So Oyo was greatly influenced by Baribas because of the intercultural exchange that existed at that time, and the pact that Oromio had with the Baribas at that time. Then it was also greatly influenced by the Nupe people, because Shango who ruled then, he was the one that actually turned Oyo into a formidable kingdom, and he did it with a lot of influence from the Nupe culture, Nupe beliefs, and with some of his friends that came with him. So for most of the earlier parts, they were built on that. But now when they now came back and settled at Oyo Igboho, they reversed a lot of things and started embracing the philosophies of the inner Yoruba people. That was when Ifa was accepted. That was when a lot of the teachings of Orunmila started kind of gaining grounds in the consciousness. And we can see the difference between when Oyo was not, before they went into exile, and then when they came back at Igboho, because it was at Igboho that they started now, the legends, everything you know about Oyo, the greatness of Oyo, started after that time. The kings that expanded them into empires, Malafin Rompoto, Alafin Ojigi, Alafin Abiodun, they all emerged around that time after that scenario. So that's what I wanted to add. And I would say that a modern example of a philosopher like that did a great job was actually Awolowo. Of course, he's an Orisha. If you look at it from the way, I think it was Python that was talking about it. So that was a man that was able to take the people that were divided, upset with each other. He was able to unite them again. He was able to give them a philosophy they can evolve in the new challenges of that time. And that is the Nigeria, the Fulani, the Igbo, the complexity of what we had at that time that was different from the time of our fathers. And he did a good job as well. So there's always someone, a philosopher, a teacher, an enlightener for every age. So hopefully we'll find the one for our age, the orunmila for our age. We'll be able to embrace his teachings, his ideologies, and we'll be able to use that to unite ourselves for the future challenges. So this is just a tribute, my own tribute to Orunmila, his greatness in setting the foundations like Socrates, and the civilization that came after that, that expanded Ijebu, that expanded Ife itself during the time of Mobalufon, when it now became a kind of great mini-city that went all the way to Benin. Orunmila's influence was really felt in Benin as well, that went all the way eventually to Oyo. These teachings were the ones that gives us the ancient pride we have today. So that is what I thought to share. I might come back again and add a few other things as the topic goes, but I don't want to dominate the stage too much. Thank you.
All right, thank you both. I really appreciate that. Does anybody want to chime in before I say something? Is there anybody else who wants to talk? Am I audible, please?
Yes, you are.
Yes. Okay. All right. This is what I would try to do. Yeah, do you have a question? Lola, do you have a question?
There's someone at the bottom. Chino. Yeah. You can go ahead with your question.
Yeah, good evening, folks. Well, thanks for inviting me on coming and listen to this historical things, especially when one guy is actually talking. Actually, the question I had for Fahim was he talked about Zoroaster. So I was a little bit confused because I thought that I'm not sure. I'm not a historian, but I wanted to know if he was confusing him with Hammurabi. Is he there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, I'm
here.
When you are talking about Zoroaster, just now, are you really? Is it correct to talk about Zoroaster or when it comes to Hammurabi?
No, I'm not. Hammurabi was a king. He was an Amorite king, and he was an Akkadian, and he was the first person to write. He was the first person to have a written law. Like yes. So now Zoroaster was not a king. Zoroaster was a teacher, and he marched around the Persian region, and his religion was what led to the religion called Zoroastrianism, totally different. And that started during the age of the kings of Cyrus. And Zoroastrianism, if you see, his name is Ahura Mazda, and they named the car Mazda after him.
Oh, okay.
Mazda, and if you see that logo of the Mazda car, yes, that's the logo of Zoroaster. So that's totally different. That's totally yeah.
Okay, yeah. So just one more quick question on that. So can you tell us a little bit about Confucius and how you influenced the Chinese culture even up to today? Is this something that you can tell us about? Because I've always been very curious about.
Yeah, I can come to it later. That's gonna take the topic off. That's good. Yeah, we can talk about it later when if there's still time. Yeah.
Alright, thank you. That's just the question I wanted to ask. Can I ask a question as well? Yeah, I just want to ask a quick question before I say anything. I was actually wondering, are we talking about theology or are we talking about philosophy? Because they're two different things.
What is the difference? First.
Okay, the difference is theology is actually the study of God. So in other words, Zoroaster was actually a theologist. And I know you mentioned Ahura Mazda, who was a principal god in Zoroastrianism, and there was actually a god that opposed Ahura Mazda. Ahura Mazda was a god of light. There's also a god of darkness. Socrates is a philosopher. He's a philosopher. same as Plato, Aristotle, and the rest of them. Philosophy is the study.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you were done. I wanted to go.
Philosophy is the study of knowledge. In other words, strictly knowledge. Not God, but knowledge.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, can I quickly say something on that?
Yes, I would like to respond as well, but go ahead. Yeah.
So, philosophy.
I'll get you when you talk now. Before I want you to understand something first. Let me be steady that will help. First, we are talking about the comparison between Western philosophy and African philosophy, relating with the book written by Professor Sophie Oluwole, Socrates and Orunmila. And why are we talking about this? Is to enlighten and sensitize us, African descent, Yoruba people, to understand that the greatness of the kind of science and the philosophy practice that we should have not neglected today. That is what we are talking about. And in all this, we might get to talk about religion, science, and the rest of it. But what is most important for me is that why or how we can build on what was working before and can work for us again. Because I'm rightly read, if you were listening right from the beginning, I read some narrative from the Western trained professors of the African descent, like we read, comparing and even saying that without the Western ideology, we as Africans cannot prosper. But there are other narratives from other philosophers. So that is what it's all about. We are talking about. So it's not about theology or the concept of God or anything like that. So I just want to put that out. And if you are there in the Western and the Yoruba nation, kindly follow the house by clicking on the green button and vote. There's a lot of topics here that we discuss and a lot of things that are being done here to sensitize and teach us so many things about our culture and everything. So Ola, you can go on.
Thanks. So I was just going to point out real quick that I have friends that like study philosophy as a discipline, and I've been drawn to philosophy some years ago. Like I did some readings into it. So philosophy actually comprises almost anything you can imagine or think of as knowledge. So there is no sort of dichotomy between philosophy and some kind of knowledge. In fact, philosophers would tell you that philosophy has some major, in fact, the branches of philosophy, when you dig into those branches, like epistemology, like logic, you would have metaphysics as another branch. So there you would discuss about theology. So literally, philosophy is just the love of wisdom. So whatever you actually use that wisdom to is a second question, but primarily it talks about wisdom. And that could be from epistemology, like talking about knowledge itself, from the angle of logic, principles of reasoning, metaphysics, realities that have transcendental angle. So then you can imagine theology in that sense. Or you can't like distinguish completely to say, oh, theology is on one hand and then philosophy is on the other hand. It's just like the mother of all things. Anything you discuss in there. So that's on one hand. On the other hand, we're contrasting Western and African philosophy. Particular emphasis on Ifa, vis-a-vis orunmila. So there is no way you would separate African philosophy from the religious aspect of it, the spirituality. So it's all kind of interconnected and interwoven in a way. Even if you look at it purely from philosophy point of view, you have metaphysics in there, and you can run away from theology. And if you look at it from the African philosophy point of view, which we are contrasting with Western philosophy, you can't run away. So yeah, it's all mixed together. It's all the same thing. So I thought I should go around.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, thank you. Can I go? Okay.
Hold on, Gonka, please hold on. You were saying something.
Alright, Right, so I was actually just going to thank you guys. I did actually hear what you guys have been saying about following. I just felt like the reason why I asked that question is because I don't remember who it was, maybe it was Dean, asked a question about how we became so influenced that we forgot what we're doing today. And the reason why I would actually have us err on the side of caution, again, nobody has to listen to what I have to say, but the reason why I would actually say we should err on the side of caution in terms of muddying the water between philosophy and theology is because I don't think a lot of people understand that despite the fact that theology sometimes does fall under philosophy, they did fight a war. And theology won. Philosophers were being killed for being heretics. And if we actually go down the timeline and we find out how we were taken over, and I'm talking about Africans now, because we were actually philosophically based. We were taken over by theology, not by philosophy. Philosophy had already conquered Europe and conquered the world by the time it got to Africa. But I do understand what you guys are saying, and I just asked that question not because I wanted to argue, but I wanted us to actually know there is a distinction between both of them, and theology hands down beats philosophy. It's the reason why philosophy has been relegated to the background today.
So I disagree. 1 minute, please.
One word. Theocracy is the conflict with philosophy. That's the state using, like, running the state based on God. So that's theocracy. So theology is like all embedded. Philosopher would theologize, they do everything. But theocracy is the state run on religion. That's where the conflict comes from. And, so talking about somebody winning over the other person is the theocratic state fighting philosophers who are theologians at the same time because they do everything.
Okay, all right. So I totally disagree that theology overcame philosophy. Totally, I don't want to go into a can of worms, but people started manipulating people, and they were trying to force theology to be superior to philosophy, but the natural law of nature fought that back. And that was why we had people like Martin Luther. That was why we had people like, of course, they were trying to reject things like formulas of people like Galileo. So, but Galileo was right, and theology was wrong. So to now say that theology won philosophy because at some point, especially starting from the Roman Empire, people started realizing the ability to use theology to hold an empire together, to force some people to accept certain narrations, to force some people to be mentally enslaved in the name of religion. You can't really say it won because the world today does not embrace it, except people who have not been freed from that kind of mental, which I call, I'm always trying to look for the right word, because I don't want to sound kind of strong, because I've been wanting to be very calm. But now, I just want to say that philosophy itself is a science. Philosophy is the study of topics. So that's why you say the philosophy of science, the philosophy of politics. So anything that you study, and you can use it to, you can approach it to your life. You can apply it to everyday human existence, or you can use it to evolve something. It is a philosophy in its right, and so Zoroaster would fit that direction because Zoroaster did a lot in the study of science and the study of the stars. The people that are known as the Magi, those are Zoroastrian astronomers. They were the ones who were said to have seen the star of Jesus and traced that star to the Magi. That's a form of astronomy, and that was under Zoroastrianism. The Magi were priests of Zoroastrianism. So philosophy has, in a way, you can look at these things as philosophy. In another way, you can look at it as religion because of the spirituality that is attached to it, because of the connection it has to things outside this world, outside this realm. But to say they don't intertwine, I will kind of disagree. So let me stop there. Thanks.
May I add something?
Thank you. Who is that, please?
Sorry, Python. It's Emma, yeah.
Okay, hold on, please.
Okay.
I'll get to respect to the point. I really want to appreciate because I was almost getting bored if you guys didn't intervene myself, because these are things we are talking about, the knowledge that most of you have right now, and the impacts you might build in the minds of people that will resonate with what we are talking about. Just like I said earlier, this is about helping us understand that there's a far, I don't know how to put it, a greater knowledge in the African ways of education. I don't want to tell you the philosophy and theology, because I'm not deep as you people like Bonka and Ola just be saying right now. I'm even learning from you guys too. So Emma, I will give this. The floor is yours. I'm grateful for your input, all of you. Emma, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Python. I just want to say I agree with what Bonka and Ola say. I think that broadly, and sorry, I actually majored in philosophy as well as biology as a major in college. So this is a topic that's very dear to me, and I was actually going to host a conversation about African philosophers who I suppose did philosophy on the ontological side. But I think that broadly philosophy is just the study of wisdom, it's the love of wisdom, and therefore theological philosophies fall under that category as well. So I don't think that we can rightfully divorce philosophy and religion from one another, because religions are just ontological expressions of philosophies, right? And then you talked about the theocracy, right? The theological state. That is something that does exist. I don't think that it's run over philosophy. I think that philosophy plays out in every single aspect of our exploration of what it means to be who we are, whether or not you are a religious person or not. The practice of self-discovery, of understanding who you are in the world and where you fit in, is a philosophical practice, whether or not you are a religious person. So I just wanted to point that out, that we can't divorce the two, and none of us want to do either.
Forgive me, please. Let me say something that's extremely important. I am actually not trying to oppose what you guys are saying. I'm trying to make it very clear that the reason why I wanted us to draw a distinction, not divorce them, is in response to Python's question as to how we lost our way philosophically. In other words, how we stopped being philosophical and how we turned away from what we are doing. I absolutely understand that theology falls under philosophy. After all, philosophy is the study of wisdom, knowledge in general, and theology is knowledge. It was a response to what Python asked. Now, the final part that I actually want to say, because a lot of people tend to say philosophy didn't die, there is no nation on earth today that is run philosophically. Just think about that. And then think of all the greats. Seneca, even Socrates that we're talking about today. How did they die? And why did they die? Socrates died because Athens said he was literally, diluting the mind of the youth with his rubbish. They put him to death. Seneca died because a Roman king became Christian and said he's doing the wrong thing. So for us to actually then say that these great philosophers that lived back in the day did not fight against theology as it was growing and lost, I mean, America might be...
I hear what you're saying, but in America here, we live under a blockade.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry. Dialectic conversation.
Hold on.
Okay. I thought we were having a philosophical conversation where we... Okay.
You said something about America. We just passed an abortion law in America that is based on the Catholic Church.
hold on, Ola, hold on. So I'll take it from there. I think there are new people on stage. I wanted to kind of give it a shot, and then we can come back to the top of the stage, and then we can take a list before you queue. Okay,
Yes.
I can see Jack.
Okay, all right.
I can see Jack. I can see NJ. I can see Corey. Would you guys like to time me?
Sure. I'm from Canada. My name is Jack, and I'm just so enthralled with this conversation, especially with the idea that the Nigerian, well, not just Nigerian, but the African.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o bàbá mi púpọ̀ ọ̀la. I'm also learning. Òyìnbó wọn kàn pọ̀ ju tèmi lọ. Tóyìnbó bá ti pọ̀ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ máa ń fún mi lẹ́dẹ̀.
Of wisdom that really can't be found in Western societies. This is what I've noticed throughout my travels and conversations with people from the continent. So yeah, I'm really liking what I'm hearing, and I like the flow of the conversation. I think what we're trying to do is brainstorm how we are able to articulate these ideas to the rest of the world and to the population, the diaspora, so we can elevate all of ourselves up by taking this type of wisdom, this ancient wisdom, and bringing it to modern terms. Go ahead.
Okay. I think the next person is Angie, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Angie,
so
are
Angie,
you there?
you have the floor, please.
Good evening, everybody. I have to leave you, but it was very important to me to thank you, all of you, for being who you are. I have the honor to be married to Python, and I'm happy to hear all of you talking about this
Niger region, they were the dominant people of that part of the world. They were great.
Sorry, I wanted to be sure we're talking about the same tribe because
yes, it's the same.
Yes. That we have a tribe, the same tribe on the side of one border is different. But I had the feeling that the name in Nigeria would be different. So
no, it's the same. They were all the Baribas. It was the French and British that now drew the boundaries and then put some of them, actually most of them in Benin Republic, and they put a little of them now in Nigeria. But it wasn't like that before.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. And we're ready to meet you.
Who was the next person after you? I think there was someone.
I think Korede. I don't know if Korede was. I was thinking.
Korede, are you there, please?
I was thinking Korede.
Can you hear me now? Sorry, I didn't understand. Hello? Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Well, I don't have much to say. I'm just learning today. Well, as always, I'm learning. Thanks so much for everyone that's contributed. But I was curious to know, where Ibuku was going. I think it was making a point before it was interjected. Yeah. So I don't know if moderators would like it to. I think he wants to. I wanted to hear where it was going because I think what he was trying to do is to identify where our problem came from. And when we do that, it helps us to also find solutions to problems. So I personally
I am absolutely glad one person understood me. Thank you.
Maybe more than one person actually. Maybe more than one person actually. So I think that's what he was doing. I mean, if the moderators and people who feel they can give some time for him to expatiate more on that, I would personally appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. So we'll be glad to have expatiate more on what he was trying to say. But we already have a schedule program for the room. So what we're trying to do is to try not to deviate as much as accommodate other issues that might arise, other discussions that might arise from, it's a very big discussion, right? The topic is so broad and it's so intellectually packed that if we're not careful, it's just going to be all over the whole place in no time, right? We're just going to move from 0 to 100 in no time. So let's try and keep it focused as much as we can accommodate. And just like the issue of the Baribas in Benin Republic and Nigeria raised by NJ, and I thank Bonka for how he was able to clarify that and we can move on to the big topic. So, trust me, we're going to come back to that. Let's have, if, I don't know if Abiodun is there, you can take 1 minute just to time me. Then after that, we'll quickly go to the third part of the presentation by Python, and then we can round that up and then move to the next item. So Abiodun, take 1 or 2 minutes and make your submission. Thank you.
Well, I don't have a submission.
Yeah, but I have an interesting take on the discussion here. I listened to Professor Olúwọlé a lot too, and it's really interesting to realize that we have such a person amongst us, but she's no more, and it's really quite inspiring to listen to her most of the time. Well, there's one thing I actually like to bring into this because there is an aspect that you guys are discussing that I actually can relate with. A lot of the things that we have in IFA, as a philosophy, I'm actually interested in the philosophical aspects of it. Honestly speaking, we relate it to the physical matter reality of what science is. It would never make sense, okay? But doesn't mean that it's not the truth, okay? That is actually one challenge I have for a lot of us who are Africans, because I am somebody who takes scientist is talking about Egbe. So I'm really interested in this because a lot of the time that we in terms of knowledge and philosophy in Africa, let's just face the reality, we have lost it. And it's that sets us apart as Africans, and that we could have used to actually, get us to our destination as a separate type of people. But we have been assimilated, let me just put it that way. And a lot of us have lost. And so when I see some arguments about some people, I tend to just roll my eyes sometimes. But I'm watching here, I'll be listening, and I'll provide the source of that scientist book. He talks about, is the Big Toe, that's the name of the book. Big Toe is the name of the book. Please check that book if you are interested in philosophy and how it relates to the physical matter reality, and why science is not even making sense sometimes, especially when it deals with things that has to do with Africans. I'll leave it at that. I'll continue listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Abiodun. Yeah, so Python, you can have the stage for the third part of the presentation, and then wrap that up, and we can have a queue of comments and submission and questions as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dean. Before I go on, I would like to also tell them you are doing well, and I would also like to have this listening to me on the back channel. But there's something I want to let you understand, and I'll read this again. I don't know if you've heard it when I read it. I'll first read this before I can go on to my third part. I want to tell you something about it, so that you understand that when the Western world does not see science in what we do, it's because that is the way they want to think about it, or where their language or context or framework is dealing with them. But we have names for so many things that today, just like you said, is diluted, and we actually don't even relate to it anymore. So I'll read this. Ifa is not religion, but it contains religion within itself. It is not history, but contains history. It is not philosophy, but contains philosophy. It is not science, but it contains science within itself. And it is very profound kind of science. It is not music, but there is music in the stanzas. Ifa is not anything, but it contains everything within it. Why am I saying this? Is because to help you also understand that when there's this thing called Hashem, if you look at the way they do, there's ingredients for you to use. That's the, I don't know if we should just use now, the reality of items, things, methods that is used to bring this out. As there is something you can do, that you can speak to nature, to the universe, and it will happen as you say it. It's a command. So whatever way you can put it, I don't know, but I don't want to go in. Let me just move on. This part of my thought, Dean, you want to say something?
No, I was actually confirming what you're saying regarding that concept of Asher, because I also, did a little, just a little research. I'm not into this much as you guys, but what I found out is that, just like you're saying, the concept of Asher also comes from, our ancestors relating, using the peculiar language they have, relating it with the sequence of events, the natural sequence of events,
virtues. Virtue as virtue, with all blessing, the sameness of virtue has been proved. Tell me what virtue is. Universal, old and sound. Tell me what universal, old and sound, not only those universal places. That's so good. Now, orunmila says, Oshautura says, what is truth? I to say, what is truth? Orunmila says, truth is the Lord of heaven organizing the earth. He says, what is truth? I say, what is truth? Orunmila says, truth is what the great invisible God uses in organizing the world. The wisdom Olodumare uses, great and unsurpassed wisdom. Oshautura says, what is truth? I say, what is truth? Orunmila says, truth is the character of Olodumare. Truth is the word that can never fail. If far is truth, truth is the word that can never be corrupted. Almighty power, everlasting blessing. This was the divine message to mankind. They were told to uphold the truth so that the world will know the truth right from lie, so that it will be easy for them to be truthful. Some be truthful, be honest. Be truthful again, be honest. The heavenly powers bless only the honest. He also further says, wisdom is like a road that goes in different directions. Therefore, nobody can be custodian of absolute truth. Just as children are wise, so are adults. This was the organizing and managing state affairs in Yoruba priestly society. How proves it human? Because all these things are formulated from data and potency. So I will go to the third one. These are the ones that are most important to me with all these they are comparison. Now, the limit of human knowledge is Socrates says, for my position has always been that I myself am arrogant and ignorant of how these things are, but that I have never met anyone who will say otherwise, any more than you can and not appear ridiculous. And I have called wise, for my hearers always imagine that I myself possess the wisdom which I find wanting in others. But the truth is that God only is right, and so I go about the world obedient to God, and search and make inquiry into the wisdom of anyone who appears to be wise. And if he is not wise, then I show him that he is not wise. That is so good. I show him that he is. I didn't like to make emphasis on that, but here is Orunmila, his own ideology. I am prompting because I want to find out if any of my colleagues who believe they know the beginning and the end of matters can make good this claim. My discussion with John and others clearly show that they do not know the beginning and the end of all things. When they turned to me and said, Baba, you now accept that you are the only one who knows the end of everything, I retorted, I myself do not know these things. For instructions on this matter, you have to go to God through revelation, for he alone is the possessor of some of it is written in AWO of if. Hold on a minute, please. Let me just quickly however, different from genetic. Is however different from genetic resemblance between father and son, on the claim that the people of IJANGBARA are like we saying that all Kenyans look alike, or we say all Ethiopians look alike. My people do not easily comprehend these important distinctions. He further says, let the novice and the experts consider an issue, the result of considerations by many, found out better. Human deliberations ought to precede consultation for divine intervention. So I will move to I'll move to virtue. As we see, this is just for us to learn. 1 minute, let me get to virtue. Let me find it out. Virtue.
Do you have anything on the word Pele?
That's what I'm going to. That's what I want to read virtue. Sorry about that. I'll be there soon. I need not to. Please, I have to. It's a long text. So here I am. Okay, now this is the statement of virtue. The two of them. That is Socrates and orunmila. So Socrates goes. Then virtue is the health and beauty and well-being of the soul, and vice the disease and weakness and deformity of the same. They themselves care only for making money and are as indifferent as the pauper to the civilization of virtue. Orunmila says, raise it up, pull it down, twist it as you will, the essence does not change. What masters of it is good character, which is virtue. You may be wealthy, have many children, and build several houses. All come to nothing if you lack good character. Life without moral rectitude is nothing but vanity, written in what you make. Hold on, please. I will go further. And your father says, leave him her, let him or her wrong. It is the evil character that keeps them around. This explains why wicked people entertain fear day and night. The wicked had better entertain virtue to avoid running helter like cowards. I'm also going to read sorry here. I'm going to read the Kula. No, I'll go to page 2.
Wow.
Yeah. Then we ought not to retaliate or render evil to anyone, whether they have suffered from it. Tell me then whether you agree with the asset that neither injury nor retaliation nor working off evil by evil is ever right. Orunmila says, determination to pay evil with evil prolongs social strife. On retaliating every wrong act unto them undermine the possibility of reconciliation. Now I will also leadership and quality. These are the most interesting part for me because as much as we discuss about progress challenges in Africa, I'm so intrigued that these people know a lot of things already. Now, Socrates on the leadership of quality, leadership of its value, he says, and what are the principles on which man rules and obeys in cities? I suppose there must be rulers and subjects in states. Is there not one kingdom of authority where it is always just that slaves should be ruled and their masters that slaves should be ruled and their masters on their master's servitude, that the stronger shall rule and the weaker be ruled, but with rational child, truth as it shall reign. Moving further, obedience to the Socrates. Socrates, our country is more to be valued and higher and holier far than mother or father. And when we are punished by her, whether by imprisonment or stripes, the punishment is to be endured in silence. The citizen must do what is civil and his country orders him. I hope we are related to our present day life. That's my ideology. So Orunmila says about obedience to the state, he says, the president sends for you, your response is that you are consulting the power. Even if the divine message is positive, what if that of the president is negative? The valiant is one who knows when to fight and when to run. The brave who fights and does not know when to run will sooner or later perish in war. Discretion is better part of valor. I'm moving to political rights now. Still, political rights is the last extreme of popular liberties when the slave bought with money, whether male or female, is just as free as his or her purchaser. Nor must I forget to tell of the liberty and equality of the two sexes in relation to each other. The excess of liberty, whether in states or individuals, seems only to pass in cases of slavery. These and other kindred characteristics are proper to democracy. I really need you guys to listen to this part I'm reading. I'm going to read it again. The excess of liberty, whether in states or individuals, seems only to pass into excess of slavery. Proper to democracy, which is a charming form of government, full of disorder and dispensing the sort of equality to equal and unequal and like. Orunmila says, comes of the slave who dies in the house is buried on the fasted. That of the freeborn who dies on the farm is brought home for burial. Yes, one birth is not greater than the other. The slave is born exactly the way the freeborn is born. The slave has a father, though he is far away. Do not treat me because I am a non-indigent. When you go to another place, you too will become a stranger. Written in a worry or corn. He further says, we are greater than them all. We are more important than everybody else. The tracks of bush animals are difficult to trace. These were the principles adopted by greedy politicians who manage public affairs in pristine Yoruba society. They were cautioned against playing politics as a hunting animals in the forest. They were warned not to turn political parties to cheating organizations. They were told not to convert public funds to personal use. The greedy did not listen. They did not change. In the end, the people said, go away, we do not want you in this society anymore. That's the worrying bit. He further says, all groups of experienced people run the affairs of states. Experienced men, experienced women, experienced youth, and experienced non-indigenous. On worry of Mary, I don't know how to pronounce that, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it, but it's Nagoka. I'll move further to the rights of women. Are you guys hearing me, please?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. So these are the parts that I just want to talk about because, like I said, there's a lot of them. So I'm just picking the ones that really reflects some of the challenges and problems we have in Africa. Because I know it's an expansion of these things and the education that could have been passed down if it has not been neglected and could help our society. So this is the rights of women. Socrates says you are quite right in maintaining the general inferiority of the female sex. You can hear that. Although many women are inherently superior to many men, yet on the whole what you say is true. And if so, my friend, I say there is no special faculty of administration in a state which a woman has because she is a woman, or which a man has by virtue of his sex, body gifts of nature are alike. All the pursuits of men are the pursuits of women also, but in all of them, the woman is inferior to a man. Further says, you will admit that the same education which makes a man a good guardian will make a woman a good. You will admit that the same education, rather, which makes a man a good guardian will make a woman a good guardian. But their original nature is the same and can just be trying to put out some of the beautiful parts of this book out to everybody here. So I would love us to. Dean, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, yeah. So, okay, 1 minute, please. I don't want to be sure I'm being hard. So this is my discussion here. You know, when we talk about today's society, look at the way we treat women and so many other things. It makes me ask and wonder if it is how it has been, because I hear people say that in women don't talk when their husband is talking, women don't do this and all this and there are so many other things in terms of virtue and all these things that I read that I hear a lot of misinformation. But the moment I started finding truly if orunmila existed and started studying about all these orishas we are talking about, deities, their science and everything, that is what has brought me to even finding books like that. Many other books that I read, I have in my diary, in my library, I can share with you. But this is the truth. I have come across now and some things that made me realize that even with fashion of today that has been rebranded, our ancestors dressed like that. For example, the mohawk that these pop stars do nowadays, leaving one side of their, two sides of their head shaved, and the middle left to stand on. That is synonymous to the people of Eshu clan in the Yoruba culture. And placing your hair as a man, Shango did that. And also coil hairs, hairstyle, coils, I don't know how you call it, coils. These are things were done by us, not even with the labs that today. They have their own methods. I believe those methods can how maybe we live a natural life. So these are some of the simple examples of greatness that we have lost in history because we have adopted what is not working for us. And me, I always sum it up to everyone finding the easy way out. When you find the easy way out, you might end up having a whole bunch of problems that you create in such, which is one of the things that I find is happening to us today.
I thought we kind of lost you there again. You were
Sorry,
back in the two.
I mistakenly muted myself. I was trying to mute Arako when he came so that he wouldn't open his mic, and I mistakenly muted myself. So what I was saying is that this is what this discussion, once again, is let's not break it down. Let's not single it on religion, because as I've read earlier, it's about a lot of things. That is why truly, to me, sometimes when I talk, I really don't like it truly also that people, because religion is broad. Even if you don't call what we do or the kind of reverence or service we do to the orishas in the Yoruba culture as religion, no problem. But there is a particular civilization of religion that has come to us that we have adopted that is not helping us. But I am not here to say, because I've seen men also who, even as much as they adopted this Western ideologies, do with their own culture, and that is what I'm asking you. Stand by your own culture, build institutions, science, anything that I'm very sure would rival anything the Western world has brought to us. We all know the story, but I'm not here to talk about the intricacies of how we are being conquered or the problems or the same thing or not. That's not the argument here. But I'm here to show you that what is being so told to you by your ancestors, or what you don't know about your ancestors, is greatness. Greatness that supersedes whatever we even know today. That's just it. I submit, I use my mind for now, and this is my concluding part of what I'm trying to read here about the book, and then my discussion. So any other person, I would love us to have a complete discussion. So Dean, you can take over now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Python. That was very, very
interview, then I was like, wow, in Nigeria we have someone like this, and we couldn't even pay attention to her. So actually I studied information technology, and what triggered me to study information technology is because of IFA. So then studying it, I realized that whole thing, IFA and wisdom, is what they are being used to build everything about information technology, the programming or system and integration, everything. Only if you're not spiritual, you won't understand what is really going on. Like Professor Sophia Oluwole said, IFA is not philosophy, there's philosophy in it. IFA is not religion, there's religion in IFA. IFA is not science, there's science. It's not music, there's music. Everything you think about is life is in it. To my own best knowledge about science, present science, is what
Of course, you are right, Baba Mekokola.
So they kind of turn into science. Now becomes something you have to study in a way. So and you cannot really get there if you are not spiritual. You cannot reach there because it's really broad. Because according to what I studied, in 16th, Orishas made our human anatomy, which is orunmila, the wisdom of the supreme being within the intuition, Obatala, the purity, oneness, charity, creativity, and consciousness, or shown the imagination as the source of joy, images, fashion, open, technological, inventiveness, architecture, and discipline, issue, decision, and indecision, and their repercussions and justice. Shango, the freedom of the will, self-defense, exercise. Oya, transformation, economic power. Ibeji, codependency. Ibeji means twins. Codependency, teamwork, and synchronicity. Osoye, abundance. Oshumare, the life force. The life force as serpentine energy instinct in human. Olokun, subconscious, Holy Spirit, habits. Oduduwa is the government and the military organized leadership. Oshoshe, strategic planning, mathematics, and focus. Yemoja is the trance, meditation, dreams, self-programming. Obra is the domestic, community, household affairs, family. Oko is the agriculture, holistic, and nutrition. And all these 16 is made our human body, and this has been the beginning. And if you look at my profile picture, that's what's in there. I think we've missed a lot in our life that if we have not been taught, if we have not been brought this Western kind of education, we wouldn't have been where we are today. According to this 16, if this 16 PS times 16, it makes the 16 tetragrams
concept of the stars, how it relates to our reality, and how we can prefer solutions as well. Okay, so we'll go to Kemi and Adi.
Okay, thank you. In most cases, I do love listening to this kind of topic because even initially I didn't have the mind of coming to this point because sometimes it gets me emotional when I speak about things like this. And why I do get emotional is this because sometimes I cry in my
it's like it's one thing. Okay. If you want to go, you can go. No, you go outside. I just present our program, so give the preference.
Okay.
Yes.
No, let him go. Let him start it, please. No,
Okay.
let him start it. I'll speak outside.
No problem, thank you. Well, for me, I enjoyed the presentation, even though there were times when I had to step out to take care of something, pick up my bag as soon as possible. Having studied Roman history, Latin, Greek mythology, all these things I studied. The comparison between Socrates and orunmila is just very, very poignant for me. I enjoyed the presentation thoroughly, and I'm looking forward to getting that book. The fact of the matter is that we Yoruba people are some of the oldest people in the world. Our DNA proves this. I think it was it LAGBA or was it I read that was the science behind it. Because I think he actually started studying the genetics academically, and was so good. God really poured a lot into us as Yoruba people. In every area, our prophet time, even in government, you look at the system of checks and balances, right? We organically and independently produced the Olomisi, who were a form of check and balance, separation of powers against the king. This was what that was maybe 100 years before America found it. We did this organically. If you look at mathematics, right? Most people don't know that we, the Yoruba, were the ones to actually produce the concept of the up to number 0. This is one of the fundamentals on which the game AWO is based. And this game, now they play it all over the world, different variations. It's even been made into a software, AWO, that you can play online or you can download. But without us, the Yoruba, producing this numero 0, so much mathematics would not have been possible throughout the world today. And it's a very joy. But even when I look at the principles of justice, even in Yoruba, they're saying that Agba Oshi, Roman Dajo, LAGBA, àwọn méjèèjì. Excuse me if I say it properly, but it basically means you have to hear both sides of the matter before you pass judgment. Right? Only a useless elder will pass judgment on a case without both sides of the narrative. And I can rattle off a few of the programs that we have that point towards justice and things like that. So I don't look beyond my people for the knowledge that I need to navigate the world. Someone was talking earlier about Zoroastrianism. Like lawyer, probably whatever to Zoroastrianism. I disagree. You look at Yoruba's philosophy as exemplified by orunmila and you see principles of justice there, right? You see principles that underpin the modern legal system. So I look at the for actively the work of the lawyer to the Yoruba people. We've arrived at that place independently 1,000 years ago. And of course, these principles that you can see in our way of life and philosophy, they pervade every philosophy. And for those who choose to, more power to you. But my conclusion is that Socrates, I would say, somehow, whether directly or indirectly, let me know if you can just find it was by the first So my conclusion is that Socrates, the similarities are just too keen. I would have to say that somewhere on the mind, Socrates was learned from our elders, long ago. I'm sure, I imagine these ideas, they probably tested the continent, and the people don't know that there was a time when the Greeks came to learn from us, the Romans came to learn from us. But unfortunately, the torch of civilization is, it passes through mankind, right? It goes from one, the pendulum always swings back. And so while people were at the helm of a world of theirs at a time in philosophy, things like that, the torch passes on to other people, but it's back to us. And I think that is the torch is working its way back, because we are rediscovering and reclaiming who we are. So I think I'd like to congratulate us for a brilliant future ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
without anything stopping me, telling me that this is my limit. Most of us are not living as if we just do it. But I was not there.
Okay, thank you, Python. I'll just go by PTR if you'd like to make comments. Okay, I can see that we are doing Sheku, welcome to the stage. Would you like me to put you on the list?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I have Abiodun and I have Sheku. Okay, let's go for it.
I would like to go after Sheku.
Sorry?
I said I would like to go after Sheku.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so we have Abiodun, we have Sheku, then Awa. 2-3 minutes, guys.
I just have a video that I want to share with you guys. It's by Mr. Tunde Adekunle. So he actually has some opinion about the conversation.
Okay, we appreciate that. Put you on the queue because we have some pending discussion. And we would like to go to first and Jan. However, I want Shegun and Awan to also go with their timing for 2 minutes. We'll to
You're welcome, Babami.
Shegun, you have the floor.
No, thank you. I'm glad to be in this room. I've heard hearing some familiar voices from other rooms and guys that have shared some brilliant things in the past. And I'm glad to have stumbled into something that I've always been thinking about myself. I was one time vexed by a question take advantage of it, and somebody else benefits from it. So, to wrap up my statement here, my statement is that this generation should take an importance in brand, marketing, and packaging, right? We all know that we live in a capitalist society now. Back in the days, capitalism was not as global as it is today. But one thing we know that is if you're not a capitalist, you lose. You are either on the menu or on the table, one of the two. And one of the things we can do as Africans is not only just packaging our culture, packaging our philosophy, packaging our way of life to a point where it actually creates value on this planet that benefits and enriches the children of the descendants of the Yoruba nation. I give simple examples of me traveling around the world, and I've noticed that every French colony has a certain style of architecture. I've also noticed that every British colony has a certain style of architecture. And every Arab colony also has a certain style of architecture. So why don't we have a certain style of architecture when it comes to Yoruba people? Why don't we have a certain style of writing, a certain style of music, a certain style that we can package and sell to the world that is a unique brand, not something that can be copied from anywhere else. So that's my submission. My submission is this room that we're talking about, the heritage, our philosophy, and the Western philosophy versus ours. I believe that we lost the battles of ancient time when the Westerners came to Africa. But we can still win the battle of the future. As descendants of this great civilization can carry it on and brand it right. That's my submission.
Okay, thank you very much, Shegun. I see your point, and I believe that that's part of the reason why we're here. That's part of the reason why we're having these conversations. And people, I do say this, Shegun, I think you must have heard this from me a couple of times before. I think I used to have a TP that says that you can't sensitize, or you can't call to action sleeping people. You can't call to action a sleeping nation. What you need to do first is to, sensitize, wake them up with history, with information, such that when you call them to action, by default, they know what to do, right? So, and I believe that is what we're doing here. We're trying to sensitize ourselves to the fact that we actually have something that we're not even exploring that might be of better importance to us. And it's for me. I think if you look at, I do see one thing, like the example you made, Shegun. If you look at the Japanese and the Chinese architecture, you'll be amazed how they've been perfectly and
ṣeun bàbá mi púpọ̀ lọ.
Okay, thank you, Python, once again. Awa, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. I would like to speak in Yoruba, but I have few words. I will say ọ̀rọ̀ tí mo fẹ́ sọ pọ̀ gan. Mi ò mọ̀ bóyá ẹ máa fún mi láyè.
The timing, giving you time is not the problem, but like we have, I believe we have people that might probably not understand Yoruba fully, and we don't want anyone, dropping off the train. We don't want to leave anyone behind.
But it sounds so beautiful.
Yeah, I might actually, just translate it for us.
Because there are so many words in Yoruba that I cannot express in English. It's not that I can't speak English.
Understand where you're coming from. So just mix it. The ones that are explainable, let's kind of explain it. The ones that are not explainable or not translatable directly, let's put it into the context of Yoruba. Then we can try and explain it for the benefit of others. I just don't want anyone to be left behind.
I understand you. Okay, let me put it this way. You see, I don't know why our people, when it comes to their selves, ourselves, we don't want to, give that, would I say, patience, chance, and opportunity to be explained to, not convinced. Because when it comes to yourself, nobody's going to convince you about that. It's you that, deep inside of you, if you want to know and if you want to accept yourself for who you are, which is a big, I think our people, most of our people have this, they still have it. Me, I had it, I dropped it, and I'm off it. I snapped out of it. I would call that inferiority complex. Not being able to accept yourself for whom you are and what you are. And this is giving us big problem. We here, we are thinking that we are the ones that want to, some of us, most of us, not everybody still align with what we have been saying. Donka, please. That's from your end. Okay, thank you. We are here, I know that there are still some people that are still battling, thinking, oh, is this true? Am I going to follow this line? No, let me just hear what they have to say and then I'll leave. Believe it or leave it. Leave it or take it. You are a Yoruba person. And if you are a Yoruba or you are Africa, as they call it, first, who were you before these people came? I mean, the white race. I don't like to call them white, but I'll use that word for them. Because we all know color white when we see it. So, where were you? Who were you? Tanye Kinwotowa. Báwo ló ṣe jẹ́? Ìgbé ayé wo làwọn bàbá ńlá ẹ̀ tí ń gbé tẹ́lẹ̀? What were your forefathers doing? What have they been doing? How were they living their lives without problem and the edicts that we have now? Have we thought about that deeply? We haven't. Most of us haven't. We just fall for that, their tricks, and we continue falling generations to generations, and yet we want to blame a whole part of it on our forefathers. Why we continue doing the same mistakes? I used to say something to any Oyibo people when I see. If they tell me, oh, why are you people like this? Why are you people like that? I'll tell them, why are you still benefiting from what your forefathers did? So, how we ask ourselves, I want us to ask ourselves that, why are we still falling into the same pit that our forefathers might have fallen into? Not all of them, but a whole some of them. We have not asked ourselves questions. We have not battled things out within ourselves. And yet we want to make a change. We want something new to come. And we want everything to be like, oh, it's not done anywhere like that. These mistakes that we are still doing now, do you know that these people, some of our mothers and fathers that are in ISESE, they are still doing the same mistake? I got to know through one group that her name is Omobasheke Open. She opened the group on WhatsApp. I got to know through the Babalawos that speak in that group that, oh, so this was what our forefathers were thinking. They never thought ISESE to be a religion. They thought it to be a way of life. They thought it to be a normal thing. And they thought it to be like, okay, this is part of us. Let us, let us embrace this as our religion. Ejeka mu ele gẹ́gẹ́ bí pé an lọ sí ilé ìjọsìn an sin Ọlọ́run. Eléyìí wá ńkọ́, okay, eléyìí oníṣẹ̀ṣe ni wá, that is who we have always been. Alábàláyé ni wá. Without thinking the aftermath. It was a gradual process. When you are a Babalawo, take for instance, you are a Babalawo, and you leave your child to go to Lekeu, to go to church, say, okay, we are open-minded, and then we are like that. Let us just try to, so that we will not be as if we are not open-minded. Then your child starts going to church. One day the child will come home and say, all what you have been doing is rubbish. Because a lot of people, they learn from what they hear and what they study, or what people teach them, what they lecture them. It's not going to jagidi-jagan, going to teacher. To bá ń bá yàn sọ díẹ̀, they are ma wọ̀yàn lára dé some certain stage. Òun ló kó bá wa débi tá a dé. And still tomorrow, you will be. It's funny enough that you see a Babalawo that say, I'm Babalawo, kí lorúkọ Ibrahim. Ẹjọ́ kí ni Ibrahim ṣe ní ṣe pẹ̀lú Ifá? So, if we are talking about these things, it's better we start, because we are not the only ones that we need to be reorientated. We need, these are fathers and mothers that are in ISESE already, to reorientate them themselves. Most of them, not all of them. Because they themselves, they are still doing the same mistake, thinking, oh, ISESE ò ní kí n má ṣẹ̀sìn. If I had that chance, we can play voice note kan, tí Babalawo kan drop ní ìrọ̀lẹ́, ó tally mọ́ nǹkan tí à ń sọ lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ yìí. Now, maybe it was Bonka that said something. Somebody said something and said, oh, you're not to say Ishiro is mathematics because we have this, we have that. Wọ́n ṣe àsọ gbogbo òyìnbó yẹn ó kúnlẹ̀. Ishiro ni Ishiro mama jẹ́. Ó yọ kúrò. Okay, ẹ̀yin kọ́. Okay.
It was read from the book. It was the statement by the professor of that Western Ghanaian professor.
Ntí Fẹlá fi sọ wípé téèyàn bá fẹ́ kàwé kó kà kó lo sense ẹ̀ àbí kó kà kó kàn máa lọ ntí ẹ̀ ni. Read them and go your way, or read them and use your sense. And one Babalawo said one thing one day, and I reasoned deeply. You see, this Ifa that we are looking at, Ifa is not just something that is unexplainable. Babalawo gan ní kò tí ó nójú Babalawo tó ní ìmọ̀ ìjìnlẹ̀ Ifá deep kan. Babalawo yẹn ó sọ̀rọ̀ níjọ́ kan. Ó sọ wípé ó ní ó dẹ̀ sáré gbàgbé word yẹn tí Babalawo yẹn lò fún ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn, but ẹ jẹ́ kí n continue. So, Ifá is more cherry téèyàn bá lọ sí ilé kò sí nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀. Òun ni Yorùbá máa fi sọ pé kò sóhun tuntun lábẹ́ ọ̀run. Gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ sí gbogbo wa, everything that is happening to each and every one of us is inside Ifá. You'll be so surprised, a Babalawo, I'm not talking of the quack ones, that have never known you, does not know where you hail from, does not know anything about you, just telling him your name and the name of your mother would be able to kò ní sọ problem ẹ o kàn máa sọ ní pé adíá fún Ọ̀rúnmìlà nígbà tó lọ sí bàbá ṣàwó lọ lé kinní kan ó wá ṣe kinní kan ó wá ṣe kinní kan and dem máa sọ wípé ní during the time of Ọ̀rúnmìlà so person did this and he went on you know ó rìnrìn àjò and ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn téèyàn bá farabalẹ̀ ó máa jọ mọ́ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ síyàn lẹ́sẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ ní lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. But all this kind of knowledge àti pàtì àfẹ́rímọ́ àdẹ̀fẹ́ káyé rojú ní ayé ìgbà tí àwọn grandma mi ṣì kéré nǹkan ṣì dá nígbà yẹn kò sẹ́ni tó lè jalè kò sẹ́ni tó lè ṣègbà kò sẹ́ni tó lè ṣàwo kò sí èèyàn tó lè wo èèyàn ẹgbẹ́ ẹ̀ kó pa á torí wípé justice ẹsẹ̀kẹsẹ̀ ni. Ayé ìgbà tí ẹnìkan sọ̀rọ̀ wọ́n tún refer sí wípé ẹnìkan ló dáṣẹ́ lọ́ọ̀yà lẹ̀ àwọn baba ńlá wa ti ń ṣe lọ́ọ̀yà tipẹ́tipẹ́ tí èèyàn bá ṣẹ̀ wá ní ó yá nílé ọba tó bá gbé délé ọba máa ní talẹ́lẹ́rìí ẹ̀ that's the witness ta nílé ni talẹ́lẹ́rìí ẹ̀ ta ló máa gbèrí ẹ̀ jẹ́ ó yá rojọ́ tọ̀tún rojọ́ tòsí rojọ́. They don't just take people to go and kill them. Nígbà tó bá gbé ẹjọ́ yẹn wò láàárín àwọn àti àwọn ìjòyè ló máa wò pé ẹni yìí ó jẹ̀bi ẹni yìí ó kò jẹ̀bi. They have been doing it. Yeah, mo rántí ní ìsìn babaláwo yẹn sọ kínní kan ó ní wípé ṣe rí ifá yìí tí ó bá yẹ wípé àwọn òyìnbó pé baba ńlá wa Ọ̀rúnmìlà ò fi ifá lẹ̀ fún wa gbogbo àwọn baba ńlá wa wọn ò fi ifá lẹ̀ fún wa ni. Ó ní wípé àwọn òyìnbó máa manipulate a lot of things nínú history wa which is very very possible. They've done a whole lot already. Ó ní ṣùgbọ́n tó bá rí babaláwo tó gbọ́fá tó mọ̀fá tó bá dáfá fún ẹ ó máa sọ ibi tí ó máa sọ everything báyé ṣe ṣe bí everything ó máa sọ tí ò dẹ̀ ní àmúlùmálà nínú. Ṣùgbọ́n tó bá yẹ wípé take for instance kóyàn máa wá nǹkan ní ìsìn tó bá ń wá nǹkan ní ìsìn tí mò ń wá nǹkan mi mò ń wá bí necklace mi èèyàn kan wà mú ó wá mú lọ kúrò ní bí a ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ó wá mú lọ sí Brazil. Ifá máa sọ ó máa tọpinpin ó máa sọ pé tẹ bá kọjá omi méje ẹ máa kọjá kinní kan ẹ máa kọjá ó máa sọ tó yẹ pé ẹni tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ á mọ̀ wípé Brazil ní kinní yẹn wà. But because we've not gathered ourselves together àti ìmọ̀ra wa so àwọn nǹkan tá a sọnù kò fẹ́ẹ̀ possible fún wa láti rí ní ìsìn nítorí wípé kí ni àwọn kan ṣe doubt àwọn kan ti gbà àwọn kan ṣe wà on the borderline. Ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ṣẹ́rí ẹ fi religion Christianity àti Mùsùlùmí sílẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n.
I'm sorry to cut in on you. I don't know if you can quickly round up in like a minute or 30 seconds so that we can, because we've been in this room for a while now. I was just.
I know I've been here ever since we started. We started together. Ago mẹ́ta àbọ̀ no ago mẹ́rin ló ń lọ àárọ̀ ló ń lọ lùbí mi ò sùn gbogbo bẹ ṣe ń sọ̀rọ̀ everybody ń sọ̀rọ̀ ni mo ń gbọ́. I know I will not say it all but mo lérò wípé gbogbo wa a máa lè padà wá sílé nǹkan tá a mọ̀ ó pọ̀ ju nǹkan tá a mọ̀ lọ ká ní open mind pẹ̀lú àwọn baba ńlá wa ká yé ṣojú kòkòrò mọ́ ẹlòmíì ó ní Christian lòun ní Muslim lòun ṣùgbọ́n lábẹ́lẹ̀ nínú ó sì fẹ́ ṣe why not go back? Kò sí evidence to prove wípé nǹkan àwọn baba ńlá wa kò dáa kò sí wọ́n sọ pé wọ́n wípé tó ń sọ látijọ́ ọjọ́ yìí and we have been trying our best tá a bá ṣe ètò à ń try láti ṣe kíni láti pe àwọn èèyàn wálé pé kò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ so kólódùmarè ràn wá lọ́wọ́. Mo mọ̀ pé mi ò ní chance àti play voice note yẹn, but mo mọ̀ wípé díẹ̀ is a thing of mind. Ẹ ṣeun.
Okay, ma. Thank you very much, Awa. I think what we'll do is have the conversation with Python on this, and also our moderators in the room, with Otuba, Obiri, and others too. Maybe we'll have a part 2 where we can dip into this more, a little bit more. So quickly, because we're getting close to rounding up, but I know that we have an interesting perspective. Hold on now, just a moment. We have interesting perspectives and Jack when breaking down for us. So, but I want Lamo to go, to be fair, to have his 2 minutes. Then we'll quickly move to Ibukun and Jack. I want them to, and also Yomi too. So I'll be giving them the rounding up part of this room. So I think 15 minutes or 10 minutes will be enough for the 3 of them. So we can have like 30 minutes. Then we can have like 2 minutes on top of that for Lamo. And then we can say good night or good morning. So Lamo, good for you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, my brother. I just want to say this. Thanks for bringing up this. I'm so grateful for being here tonight, this night over here. Yeah, the only thing I see right now is good for us not to be talking about, is it that? What are we going to do? Why don't I realize my generations, we are really lazy. We don't want to learn. And secondly, they don't want to know the truth. Wherever you're talking about Ifa, or maybe because of I feel the same way before about the tradition, the sacrifice, all these kind of things. So this is rubbish. But when I started in the UK, I started questioning myself. Then I found out the truth. So I suggested that those people here that know more, why can't we create a platform like maybe every weekend or wherever that people comes online, you talk about IFA, you talk about this, so they can be able to understand that is they can be able to understand the way they are thinking about it is not the way it is. I don't know if you are getting. Sometimes I get hard to explain myself. Can you hear me?
I actually get your point, and yeah, you can quickly round up. So.
Oh yeah, that's what I want to say. Maybe so we can learn more about that.
I don't know if you're new to Clubhouse. I would suggest that follow Yoruba Nation. We've been having this kind of programs. We've been having rooms scheduled towards these topics. Exactly what you are saying is what we're trying to achieve here. That's the purpose. Like I said earlier, it was even Malcolm X that made that statement that you can't really call to action.
Ó sún mi nígbà tá a tún fẹ́ sọ Yorùbá náà wọ́n tún gbà tí tá a bá gba Yorùbá nation náà bá ṣe nígbà ká máa sọ èdè wa ni wọ́n làwọn pọ̀ ní àwọn bá wa sí kó dáa àbí.
That we're having before, and for them to, I promise them that we're going to hear more from them to dig deeper into that conversation that they were trying to
much as everybody tries to tell me that philosophy and theology are intertwined, I do understand that. And it's that understanding that I was trying to literally just draw a timeline through, because I think your question was how we got to where we were, and I was trying to answer that. By literally saying that throughout history, basically, we can see the wars actually play out in our eyes if we want to read what we're supposed to read. Again, the execution of most of our philosophers, or well, not our philosophers, but Western philosophers, where to be a king, you have to accept a religion. That's literally religion winning, or theocracy, as I was corrected.
How can they understand Baba Mioba? That's me.
And theocracy won.
It's
not necessarily a bad thing because it takes it where the world has gone. But if we look at down the line, all the way to us eventually in Africa, because we like to talk about colonization, like, I hate to say it this way, but we weren't the first to be colonized. So the white man has tried this and tried it and tried it and is very, very good at it. And this is not to blame him, by the way. This is just to say that's what's happened historically. And if you look through it, again, let's talk about the big hitters when it comes to Western philosophies. If you look at Athens, and when Rome actually was rising, because everybody forget that it was Rome versus Greece back then, and it was Athens, not Greece, but when Rome took over Greece and Athens, it adopted most of everything Athens did, and Rome grew because it was based on philosophy. Eventually, theology came into play. Oh, by the way, the Jews were also alive by this time. They were quote-unquote slaves in Rome. That's where the whole Jesus story comes from. But what we tend not to understand, and I kind of sort of actually go in terms of lack of religion for this particular reason. A lot of people do not understand today, the Jewish people do not practice Christianity, and they're like, why? And a lot of people also do not ask themselves why the Jewish people are being persecuted today. It started in Rome. Basically turning the Jews against Jesus, who the Jews do not acknowledge because it's not part of their story. The Romans created a new religion. And that's why the divine seat of the Pope is in Rome. It's not in Jerusalem. Jesus is not part of the Jewish canon, but that's another story altogether. Either way, after the Romans created Christianity and adopted it and used it in war, they weren't just conquering anymore. They were doing something different now. They were sending bishops, the bishop of Antioch, the bishop of this, the bishop of that. That's how colonization starts. First they send you their bishop, and then after a lot of people have been converted, either slowly or whatever it is, then they come, and you can't reject them anymore because now you're divided between yourself. So the Romans did this, and they perfected this, and then, of course, after the Romans fell, there was war in Europe. The war in Europe, of course, we all know how that ended. It ended basically with the resurrection of the Holy Roman Empire, in which Charlemagne and all of that. Basically, what I'm trying to say, there was a lot of war in Europe whereby white people weren't focused anymore. Eventually, when a superpower rose out of Europe, they just went back to doing the same default thing that Rome did. Export religion, do trade, and conquer. And that's where we come into play, because after they've tried, always remember that after the Vikings conquered England, think about this, the Vikings conquered England, praising Odin and Thor. The Vikings converted to Christianity for them to become considered English nobility. When they got to us in Africa, it was tried, it was tested, and it worked like a charm. We were philosophers, and I hear people talk about Ifa. I don't want to go into Ifa because I don't know much about it, but the little that I do know about it, it's basically logic-based, which is what I was trying to say earlier. Point to me a nation in the world today that is actually governed by logic. There is none. It's all religion. You put your hand on the Bible or Quran to become president. We were great because we were logic-based. This is not me saying, spiritual, what's it called? Religion is bad. Actually, I will say it, but I don't want to step on people's foot. But governing logically and theocratically are two different things. You look at Iran, is that what you want? Saudi Arabia, is that what you want? You know, but let's not go into that. Let's literally then say, when they came to us, and it wasn't just us, it was most African kingdoms, basically. It's not just Yoruba. We know what they did to South Africans. We know what they did to JIJO. We know what they did to the Kingdom of Ghana. It was tried and tested. You send your bishop, you set up Methodist schools, you set up Baptist schools, and so on and so forth. And then it's trading, and then before you know it, the king's being converted. The moment the king's gone, the people are going to follow. And then we move from a logical-based society to one that is basically theocratic. Until today, I don't want to point a finger at anybody because I've had utmost respect for my kings, even though I'm not home. I have utmost respect for my kings in Yoruba land. But we see them doing this. Taking a white man's religion over ours. If you don't promote ours, we're not going to actually leave this mire we're in. That's all I was trying to say. We weren't conquered by philosophy. We were conquered by theology. That's how we got to where we are. Now, how we go to where we want to go to, I don't believe I'm smart enough. I'm learning every day I come to this stuff. I'm learning from you people and the ideas that you give. I have, like, I don't know, one day I will actually go get like my God chosen for me or my Orisha chosen. But I think from my voice, if anybody is deep here, it probably will associate me with Shango or something. You know, so I know that I don't have that leadership skill to be able to actually like suggest where we can go and how we can get there. I do have the knowledge. So I guess maybe next time if I want to explain something, like I can't come across hot-headed, but just give me a chance to explain it. Like I don't want to argue with anyone. I just want my opinion heard. And I must absolutely thank you guys and Madam Awa as well. Jesus Christ, I wish I could listen to you forever. That's my 10 cents, guys.
Okay, well, I just wanted to I would say that we appreciate you. Thank you for your wisdom, even though you said Jesus Christ at the end of your submission. I
guess the brainwashing is deep.
I also say Jesus might be with you. Yeah, so quickly, let's move to John so that hold on please.
No, I just want to make a quick comment by saying
China and Japan. Studying people and what they did, analyze their strategy. What they did is they rejected the Western culture. They copied their modernization of the materialistic aspects of their system. That's exactly what they did. They just copied the materialistic aspects of their system, and they kept their culture, rejecting everything else. And this is how they were able to surpass
the Chinese culture. Yeah. But these Chinese people don't allow foreign invasion to rubbish their culture. They keep their culture and live to themselves, not selling to foreign culture for peanuts of butter. Osumi, baba mi. Osumi, àwọn China wọn nígbà o. Mo ṣì máa ń wo movie wọn ni mo like jù nílé ayé mi láti máa wò. Bó ṣe ń ṣe láyé ìgbà yẹn lọ́sì ṣe ń ṣe ń sìn. From what I am seeing from Obas, our first class Obas practice multiple religion, Isheshi plus either Muslim or Christian, so it is confusing even to their children, talk less of others. Baba mi, we must send voice notes Babalawo yẹn sí yín sí. Wọ́n jẹ́ kí n play MB, àwọn máa lè yí.
Only utilize the materialistic aspects of the culture, but the esoteric, the spiritual, the philosophy, the wisdom must be homegrown. And that being said, I feel our conversations that I've had before with other folk is we need to move beyond the system that is Western world. And it's not just move beyond it, we have to outsmart it. The intelligent must usurp the rulers. That is strong. I think I forgot who said this, but it was you're either the food or you're eating or something like that. What was it again? You're either dinner or you're going out and hunting and getting somebody else. And we don't need to be a part of that animalistic cycle. We need to outsmart that cycle. And that cycle is the economic system of eat, take, destroy. Buy, eat, take, destroy. No, we need to have a different system, a post-economic system, something that is smarter. That is, that's the only way for us in Africa, in the diaspora.
Nǹkan tó ń tẹ̀lé láti ṣe ní Abẹ́òkúta nìyẹn ní ìsinyìí bàbá mi Gabriel Popola.
That is how we win. Now I think it was Shegun was saying about why we go to a French place there's the colonial style, why we go to an Arab place they have the temple style. This is something that the Germans have coined. It's called the Gesamtkunstwerk, which is a total work in ornament. To build a total work in ornament, we have to look at the language, the music, and fuse it all together to create this specific style. This is done with artists, this is done with a large group of people. We need to do this collectively and say, we are going to build a Gesamtkunstwerk for everything. And I think that it's a very good idea. This is very important to have strong culture. And it can start off with having, let's say if there was architecture, it would be something like no squares. It should be nature-based, common sense, nature-based. And that kind of because it has not been modernized. If a group of people have not said this is the course we need to do this, this is one of the things that we do, build the total work in ornament, something that is seen in music, and it must be very highly advanced. It has to be focused. It can't just be one thing here and there. It can't just be a couple songs here and there. It has to be a think tank. And this goes, I was just getting into this next, there's the groups in America that run England, Europe. These are Jewish groups, and they plan in behind closed doors. You don't hear about them talking about this is what they want to do. It's done behind closed doors. They're very smart. They think a lot. still respect and research and utilize the others. So, and I think, you know, moving beyond the post-economic system, evolution, spirituality, but even before those things can be done, the first thing is we have to come together, and not just us, but the people, not just really we can't say the leadership, because the leadership, I have a feeling they have a curse upon them. Their fathers have done something wrong. Now they think they are the rulers, they think they have the power, but unfortunately they are lost, and it's up to the intellectuals to organize, to build culture, to build system, maybe in secret, but still very influential. And that is all I wanted to say. And I did not understand what you were saying myself, but I can feel inside me the ancestors they were very happy to hear your words. I felt that. I just want to say thank you.
Thank you very much, Jack. Once again, for me, I see your point, I see where you're coming from in terms of moving ahead with solutions. The aspect of where we need to come together and try and build whatever aspect we have the expertise with the central focus of, preserving this. I keep referring to this as an asset. I don't know why, but I think we are unfolding that day by day with all these groups that we're having. Yeah, it goes beyond heritage. I think it's an asset. It's been kept for us for thousands of years, and here we are on our lap and on a platter of gold. So it's just left for us to either throw it away, or we can just even check it out and see how useful it can be for us in our personal life. And we don't need to, like Jack was trying to say, I don't think we need a multitude like that. We can sensitize ourselves. If you find anything interesting that is practically applicable, there's nothing that is not, I'm definitely sure that there's no aspect of our spirituality or our culture that is not practically applicable, even in future, not even right now. There's so many that are practically applicable right now. Whatever you want to speak of, finance, politics, health, so many people. So let's quickly go to Yomi. I don't know if Yomi is still on stage.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, Yomi, I'll also appreciate if you can make it precise as Jack.
No problem. It's middle of the night here, but I just wait because he said call me again. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity again to. I would first like to say, we Yorubas, we are blessed. We don't even know ourselves. That's the problem we are having. We are Olodumari's favorites, but we don't even recognize ourselves. We even hate ourselves so much. We love to hate ourselves. That's the problem we are facing. And if you hate yourself, you won't love others like you. So that's the issue. So I would first like to say, like I said earlier, the 16 orishas, they made up of our human anatomy, and one of them, 16 of them, Orunmila, Shango, Oya, Ibeji, they have pretty many in life generally. Constructive, everything we think of in this life, they are there. And I will still send this link to people who made it. So, but one of those things belongs to each and every one of us. Some other people might be Orunmila, some other people might be Robert,
Òyìnbó mà ya wèrè o.
Yemoja is part of us. It might not be your origin, but you can still make use of it inside you. But for those,
That one is true.
That Yemoja is his origin, we know how to use it more better than those who is just using it like, okay, part of his origins. I think that is understandable. So I would like to go straight like this now to the binary system, how it functions with this.
Bàbá mi ògún tì mẹ́yìn.
So like I said,
even when they brought religion to our place, it was not even Nigeria then. Bàbá mi.
Tetragrams from 256 odus. And since 256 odus is equals to 2 raised to power 8, each of the 256 odus can be represented by an octagon. The Okpele chain is 8 two-sided, represented
àwa ọmọ òyìnbó sọ.
256 octagrams, and the 256 odus and the 256 odus both. If each of the 256 is represented by a small square in a 16 times 16 matrix of squares, a given Okpele sequence where plus is equals to 00 and minus is equals to 10. I hope you guys understand that. So if the first Okpele element is plus, go to the red diagram. So you don't see the diagram, but take for example you have 256 diagonal, and then 64 is red, 64 is blue, 64 is brown, and 64 is yellow. All make one having 256. So now, if the first Okpele element is plus, go to the red diagram, set of 128 small square. If the first Okpele element is minus, go to the blue of diagonal, set of 128 small square. If the second Okpele element is plus, go to the dark upper 64 small squares of the 128. If the second Okpele element is minus, go to the light lower 64 small squares of the 128. Then the third and the fourth Okpele element, similarly to get down to 16 small square. Then use the fifth and sixth Okpele element, similarly to get down to 4 small square. And finally, use the seventh and eighth Okpele element, similarly to get down to the 1 small square that corresponds to the given Okpele square of 8 plus / minus element. The 256 octagram would represent the wisdom of Ifa. The 16 pairs of identical tetragrams, which means Ibeji, that's the twins, pairs form the diagonal of the 16 times 16 square, which simply means 256 odu. If you take pairs of the 256, you get 256 times 256 is equals to 65,536. And those who study information technology can understand what I'm trying to say. And if you don't study it as well, if you read it, if I have opportunity to send the copy to someone, they can go through it as well and understand it. So 65,536 is equals to 8 raised to power 6 is equals to 16 raised to power 4 is equals to 2 raised to power 16. If the 16 twins, which is Ibeji, are regarded as a new independent set of 16, you
So there's an awakening. Some want to go back to spirituality. Personally, I'm a Christian. That's my spirituality. That's what it starts and ends. But having said that, I still have a great. I still cherish the philosophy. To me, all our programs, like, I try to remind you as much as possible, our programs, our sayings, things like that. A lot of that, because we are all people, right? We have our own tradition. We live with that mysticism, right? But a lot of our sayings, to me, is like a book, right? So if we find to offer, or the method by which we come to our tradition, I read the book. I follow the philosophy. I use the programs, but I don't practice the other side of spirituality. And to all Yoruba people who want to explore it, which you're nice to do so. But I think that Yoruba people are, and I want to put this, Yoruba people say that oríṣiríṣi ọmọ nílé alágbára. So in Yoruba today, you'll see different types of people who are originate from Yoruba, but some may not go as deep into the spirituality as you may want to. And I think that we need to have patience and acceptance for those who may say, I appreciate it, but I don't want to practice it. So I think that's the one thing that I want to take away from this is that unfortunately. So with that, I'll the mic.
Okay, thank you very much, Adi. I see your point too as well. Yeah. So,
I have a quick question.
Hold on, Bunka, please.
Not for Adi, but just generally.
Bunka, I think we would have to close the room.
Okay.
But I got my second vaccine today. I'm a bit tired, but this is the most for me. And I believe some of my moderators too are quite a bit exhausted.
Yeah, maybe, if they have somebody that will continue to hold the room, they can continue to talk.
Oh, okay, that might be.
If Boca wants to, Boca is there, you can host it.
Okay, Bunka reports now. I'm making an report. Okay, yeah, so I'll just use that to hand over to Python. I'm a bit exhausted. I have to leave now. Thank you guys for coming. Really a thought-provoking conversation for me. I gave the Lord and I wish all of us the blessings of the day tonight. Thank you, and glad to be on my mind.
So Python, I just wanted to say thank you for this topic. There's a lot of things that I didn't know about my own culture.
Yes.
So like I said, there's a lot of things that I don't know about my own culture. And even the Yoruba language, my mom spoke English at home. It was my grandmother when she would take breaks from Nigeria and the United States that actually taught me the language because she didn't speak any English at all. So that was how I learned. Basically taught myself when she wasn't, when my grandmother would go back to Nigeria. I know that we only discussed the philosophical side, but I'm very interested in the spiritual side of it. I've heard some not so good things about it, but I think I would like to make that decision on my own.
Yeah, I'll give a lot of people time to talk. Hold on. Nola, I know you might not want to broaden what the things that you've been told about, but I don't want to force you, or I don't know how to actually say it, but I will help by some of the things that they are talking about here. And because I almost wanted to round up too, but now that we are speaking of other Africa, I would like to speak freely. We can
Atioye in English. That was kind of complicated for me. But and then there's Ishoja. So all the things that issue is attributed to has to do with commerce, has to do with organization, has to do with like transmission, intermediary. So yes, I don't know. It's very rusty, so I don't know how to explain it in English.
It's like the wealth of the so okay, when you talk about okay, there's something about
royalty, yeah. So that is the person that was turned to devil. A big insult on my ancestry, but people do not see it as insulting because you've elevated something foreign above yours. All things equal, you should feel insulted that someone won. The devil is the same thing as Angel Michael. It's the same as the archangel. That's the person that Elodumare used to enforce his laws, to enforce justice. Just like God uses Angel Michael. The devil at no time, at no time, trying to get 1/3 of angels in heaven to go against God. It never happened in our history. Issue at no time confronted God. He didn't confront Olodumare and say, I want to take your place. Issue at no time taught man to go against God. So from what parallel do you take him and now turn him to the devil that he is not? Just because you want to invoke an alien history that is not ours and put it into our DNA, that to me is very messed up.
So I have a question. Does
yes.
do the Yorubas not have a devil?
No, we have the concept of tibitire. So we look at evil as something that is part of the process of something good happening. So that's why we have tibitire like that in the idea. So we don't look at evil the way it's looked at in Christianity. We look at evil as part of things that must happen for good to happen as well. So now, this is something I want us to understand. I'm always very sensitive about this topic because I want to respect Christianity. But I want you to know that if you go through the Bible, when they ask you first, they say, what do you think of God? The first thing you say is that God is love. That's the first thing that people actually say about God.
I was supposed not to put that books. Because we end up discussing religion, who's better, who's worse, and we get into the details of who she is and this and that. I want to advise us. Let us, you can find a way to do your IFA thing and or your whatever you want to do your shishi without putting Christianity in your process and think, you have to be able to navigate that. Because if you don't learn how to do that, I must question how much you go to. Because you're not going to tell me, and you want to go to have the institution, let's have this institution. If you're not ready to fight for help, but you're not going to tell me, because I've not faced it, it's excessive. I can play audio for you, like discuss this stuff. But you don't have to tell me that 20 million years back Christians, that genie is out of the box. Someone like that.
Please, let me land on my own point. No, because I want to finish my own point, because I think we're debating now. Hold on, please. So this is the situation. Someone came from another part of the world and then was trying to say that my own religion, my own spirituality, what my ancestors believed in was barbaric.
Imagine.
Was wrong. So there's no way it will be addressed without first saying they were wrong to say that this is the superiority situation started from those who brought Christianity. It came from those who started taking my own deities and started demonizing them. So I don't see how we're going to reverse this and not address that. So that's what I don't understand. So we just have to have a thick skin about doing this kind of comparison. That's how I see it.
Well, I think you'll be very reckless the way you're going about it, to be honest. You'll be very reckless.
Okay. So you're the defender of Christian religion.
Let me respond.
Okay, you're not the defender of Christian religion. And we're talking from a theology point of view.
I don't like that way, the direction it's going in this conversation. I probably shouldn't have brought it up. So, Mr. Python, you want to close?
So the white man called it the pagan religion. That's what when you see them in their writings, I've read it.
At least if you want to discuss it, don't bring up any other religion. Just discuss, spirituality.
I think the last right. If you want to cherish your spirituality, focus on
If you want to discuss that, just discuss that. Don't bring, the Bible, don't bring Quran or any other religions. Let's just discuss that. Since that's not, what I'm interested in. Is that another day?
There's an animosity that comes out when I make something reach out to me. Yeah, there's a certain animosity that comes out in the way we approach this, and I'm appealing to all of us. I've said many times, I enjoy the whole party. That's why I'm here. When I have this discussion about history, I'm always asking questions because I have a problem genuinely. But I approach it from my own vantage point where I can connect it in terms of the history, the philosophy, and the mythology of it. Right? If you want to go deeper into spirituality, but you have to exercise some kind of discipline. Because when you come into a platform where it's about 20 of us here, earlier we were nearly 80 or whatever, and you openly begin to, I know you're angry about the issue and things like that, but I'm saying to you guys, look at the division that going to cause to the Yoruba community by expressing this kind of anger towards Christianity. So I'm saying to you, cherish your ISESE, practice it all you want, but can you please exercise some kind of what is it? It
won't go the way you wish it would go. I'm not playing by your rules. Don't give me that advice. I'm not going by your rules. I'm not going by your rules. No, you can't be saying that I don't have vocal. Tell me that I don't. Because somebody demonize my own assumptions. I will have to go to this story about that.
And I think some contributions.
Yeah.
because I don't share your views. I do share your views more than any other views I will share. But we have to be diplomatic on how we live with ourselves right now. Because one, this is what I'm talking about here. We are talking about the problems. It's not about the religion only. It's even because of the adaptation to that. So this is not about us abusing that. Oh, it's good for you as a Christian, it's good for you as a Muslim. No problem. No problem. But I'm asking everybody, what is wrong in building on the resources that we have without diluting it? That is when you now start asking questions and now want to argue about religion. No, we shouldn't do that.
Okay, now, hold on, Python. 1 minute. Lola, are you there?
Don't drag us back to this place.
Lola, are you there?
Hold on.
Yes. So, Lola, when you think of Ogun and Shango, what first comes to your mind? Be very honest.
I don't actually. I've heard of Shango, but I can't put it on my head right now.
Yeah, but what comes to your mind when you first think of them?
I know it's a part of the spirituality. What?
Thank you. Thank you. That's what I wanted you to say. Now, they have turned our ancestors into mythical characters, right? In America, they still manage to enjoy their religion. Python, please, can you mute? Yeah. In America, they still manage to enjoy their religion and respect their patriots. They get to still appreciate George Washington. They get to still appreciate Abraham Lincoln. But the moment I start thinking of my own ancestors, right, the first thing that comes to someone's mind is that, oh, that's some demon. That's some occultic guy. That's some spirit guy. But this was a king that did a lot to preserve Yoruba nation, preserve your kingdom from destruction. So he can't even be honored in that context. When you think of Ogun, right, the first thing that comes to your mind is, oh, this person that they're killing human beings for, they're doing all that. But nobody knows about how he actually taught people how to fight wars and defend the nation. When you think of Oduduwa, orunmila, the first thing that comes to your mind is a negative one. But these are patriarchs in the same ranks with people like Abraham, in the same ranks with people like Isaac, like Jacob. They were patriarchs of Yoruba nation.
Even Jesus.
They never get, okay, I won't mention Jesus out of respect, but they never get that respect that they deserve because someone came and demonized my ancestors. So how do we have this kind of conversations without fixing that? That's my question.
Okay, no, hold on. No, Mr. Adi, please hold on. Hold on, 1 minute, please. 1 minute, please. I have a backup channel message, and first, before I attend to that, I would like MK to be first before you can speak again, Mr. Adi, please. I don't want this we are already talking back and forth too much, please. Let somebody else speak first, then you can speak later. MK, please, you can speak.
Thank you for the privilege. I've been listening, and I'm sure I've been here since you guys started. Just lying on my bed and listening and learning. understanding the philosophical implication of the word, and you reduce it to the artifacts, the experiences of a culture, then you've cut off yourself from the spirituality of those meanings. And that is what we see in syncretism, where one set of dogmas is used by another set of dogmas to supplant another from the point of an attempt to integrate one set of dogmas. What I do is that I am spiritual and I come into a religious world of Christianity. The tendency is that if I see a decayed state of Christianity, I would want to reinvent it meanings with meaning of good, meaning of life, meaning of what God and good really is. And so, when a society begins to decay, it turns back because it's a circle. I don't know whether people understand the circle of spirituality. There's always a regeneration process, and then the regeneration goes back and down. So if you understand Jesus, for instance, and I can mention all the religion, but let me use Jesus. If you understand Jesus, for instance, he came at a point where even the Jewish dogmas have so decayed that he rejected them. And what was the rejection he saw? How did he see the rejection? In various ways he kept on saying it. He says, do unto others as you want others to do unto you. He says, love your neighbor as yourself. He says, what you sow is what you reap. You can go ahead and look at it. There was no time. Jesus says, go and supplant, go and destroy another society. There was no time. Jesus says, go and colonize, subjugate, kill another society. He told the Jewish people, all of you are destructive. He did not just do it so. He did not destroy anybody. He rather died in order to keep goodness and say, look, the degree of sacrifice you can make is a greater law shall no man have except he is willing to die for another person. So why are you defining Jesus into history, in the experience of history? Why are you defining Jesus from the perception of colonialism? White man who themselves learned Jesus and came from a dogmatic point of view. So I think a lot of us are defining what our own culture, and because Jesus told them, he says, you guys are using your tradition to violate spirituality. That's the sense he was telling the Jews. When he was telling them, when they were putting their laws and putting their dogmas and their how can you use your religion or your culture to find God? Cultural experiences are symbols. If, for instance, God can say that there is a sense of goodness about Ifa, let me listen to that sense of goodness, because it is not the dogma, it is the essence of goodness that is imposed on those things. And another person can come from a different perspective and say there is some negative essence about Ifa, just as I'm talking about the use of Christianity. Christianity or philosophy.
Kindly try to round up, please.
Okay. The philosophy that Jesus gave, or perhaps the philosophy that was the case, perhaps if you look at them, they will have parallel of good and they will have parallel of abuse. We must make the distinction, and I close. We must make the distinction by finding harmony in where goodness lies in this philosophy and evil lies in the philosophy. When we make that distinction, we will be able to unite ourselves. Okay, maybe Bonka is specific aspects of
we are here about. I'm talking about the philosophy that molded our African society, that many of us decide that no, we don't want to deal with it. I'm not here to talk about you are a Christian or you are a Muslim or you are an ISESE person. Even if we want to talk about the spirituality aspect of it, this is where I'm addressing it. That and many of the other younger people here that have talked like me, they said, and I still repeat what they are telling us. What you can do.
You need to fix your phone.
You said what?
Your phone is screeching. Yeah.
So that this our young generation and the speakers that I've just spoken here earlier before we came to this, we're talking about how we can move on what we should know and move on undiluted, because there is sources and resources in these things we are talking about. We are now breaking down and simpling it down to religion, Jesus Christ, God, Olodumare. No, that's not what I'm saying. If you like to live your Christianity, Islam, or whatever, it's none of my business at this point that I'm talking. My mission in my life is to raise consciousness for people that are black descent, to identify with their own civilization that is taken away from them and rebranded to us. We talked about Socrates and orunmila. These two philosophers we are talking about existed beyond this group of problems that we are seeing with everything. There are so many things I read here about politics. Let me tell you one beautiful thing. I'm going to close the room by saying this to let us understand. The Yoruba nation we are fighting for, that so many people are afraid of, is a society governed by the philosophy of the likes of orunmila and the ancients of their time. I wouldn't need to be listening to the narration of a story or argument about the existence of someone else or whatever, because right now women have rights. They won't be needing to fight for it in the first place, because our society permitted that. Slaves will not be treated in the way of the chattel slavery or whatever the narrative is. There are so many beautiful things to take out of this instead of what we are seeing in everything. This is what I'm saying. So it's not about religion. Let's not go there. It's not about that religion. That religion, Christianity, that.
Let's move on. Hold on. The point is taken. Let's move on. Yeah, we got.
I think we can. Well, I would like this for us to have a discussion without emotion. Just one, back.
No, we're going to follow Python's pattern. He said he doesn't want us talking about religion.
Well, one at a time, please. We're having a discussion. I made a point that I like philosophy and everything, but I don't want to spirituality. My personal point. The discussion. I'm not going to tell him that.
I think it's time that we close the room. So, thank you for coming to Yoruba Nation. Please click on the greenhouse if you would like to follow our future discussions. Thank you again and good night. I'll close the room in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wọ́n ti parí room. Ó dàárọ̀ Ọlọ́run á jí wa rí. Ẹ ṣeun.